or just go to NI space Big Take on the Bloomberg terminal. Great reporting. The Big Take stories blow you away every single day. It's a testament to all the reporters and editors over there at Bloomberg News, cracking some really big stories here. Great data, great visualization, great graphics, all the kind of stuff that makes it just jump out at you. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Intelligence with Alex Steele and Paul Sweeney on Bloomberg Radio.
All right, we have Norma Linda here sitting in for Alex Steele. I'm Paul Sweeney. We're live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker Studio. It is that time of year again for the Bloomberg Business Week ranking of business schools. Full disclosure, I'm a graduate of the Fuqua School of Business at Duke University. I'm on the board at Fuqua, and I can tell you at the board level, this thing will be discussed to like you won't believe to what degree over the next coming days and weeks. Joining us here in our studio from Bloomberg News, Dimitra Kasanides, awesome. Senior editor for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our studio. Dimitra, talk to us about this year's poll, kind of what you found and maybe how this poll and these schools are adapting to a changing world.
Sure, yeah, well, I mean, I think at first glance, you know, you think you're seeing something that looks very similar to last year and previous years. Our #1 spot, Stanford, has been consistently that for 6 years in a row. #2, even Chicago Booth, but across the board, if you really look at it, there are nuances and there's certainly a lot more to explore in the jumps, the changes, whether they're up, whether they're down, some new entrants on the list. We're seeing a changing world. So it's not that this is a static environment whatsoever. And I think schools are grappling with a lot around the whole question of full-time two-year MBA, full-time MBA programs, how are they adopting? That's what we're ranking. We have seen moves away from that. And so I think in the future, you'll see us probably thinking about what we'll be measuring on that front as well. Duke, as you mentioned, on the list, number 12, it's up a couple of spots. You know, we're looking at among some of the top 30 schools, the scores that separate them are very, very, very small. So just keep that in mind.
And I'm actually a UVA grad. I see we are top 5. I see Darden listed there. But, I mean, what are some of the main things that you saw when you were doing this study? How are you all really basing the scoring?
Yeah, well, so our scoring comes from several resources, I guess you could say. We survey students, alums, and employers. And then we also collect data from the schools themselves, and that's data that they're reporting to the federal government. They have a body called MBA CSEA that they report salaries to and so on. So we have 5 indexes: compensation, learning, networking, entrepreneurship, diversity. Compensation carries a lot of weight, understandably, right? Your motivation is to go to B school, to get the skills you need to enhance your career. A lot about that is tied up with what you expect and would like to see yourself earning as well. So compensation is one of the categories that you'll see that affected schools this year. We saw it affect Columbia, for example, which dropped from the top 5 down to number 17. Oh, wow. Both in what they report for the salaries, but the satisfaction level of the students and the alums that are reporting their salaries to us. So we take all that information. There is a pretty involved and detailed methodology that we invite everybody to read online, and you can see what the intricacies of it are. But again, it's those indexes that are comprised of data reported to us, surveys that we get, and then we come up with scores for each school to determine what the final outcome is.
Stanford, obviously a phenomenal school. What do they do right? What do they do so well?
They do very well in almost all the indexes. Not diversity, which is not unusual across the board at a lot of these schools, and especially post-affirmative action decision 2 years ago. We're not quite sure how that's going to shake out. But Stanford consistently on compensation, on learning, on entrepreneurship, it's drawing the types of students, and that is the #1 school in many of those categories, and it is just performing at a very high level. Look, it's a school that has a lot of resources, can continue to invest. You know, you see differences in schools also because there are some very fine schools in those top 20 or 30 across the entire list. A lot separates them also given the resources that they have and how much they can invest to continue to ensure that they're doing well on all these fronts.
So I'm scrolling to the bottom and I'm looking at some of the laggards. I see Charleston is number 75, but we do have Howard and San Diego that are both unranked. Talk to me about that.
Yeah, that's just a quirk of our methodology. And so if you don't meet the threshold that's set for how many students report their salaries to MBA CSEA, we have a minimum threshold of 10 students that needed to report salaries, then you're automatically not going to get ranked. And in those instances, that's what happened. So it's not anything missing really on that part. It's a function of the size of those classes and those programs.
All right, another great addition. Demetra, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time. Demetra Kasanides, senior editor for Bloomberg News, joining us here in our studio, talking about the MBA program rankings, which are, you know, just extraordinarily important for a lot of constituents within the business school community. I can tell you that for sure. Looking at the markets here, we've got the up 20 points on the S&P 500. It is Hispanic Heritage Month, and for this installment, we go to Lisa Mateo.
On this day in 1987, Celia Cruz, the queen of salsa, received a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame. The Grammy Award-winning singer, known for her famous catchphrase, or sugar, enjoyed a successful career that spanned 6 decades. She began singing in her home country of Cuba as a vocalist of the popular group Sonora Matancera. After the Cuban Revolution caused the nationalization of the music industry, Cruz left the country. She continued her career in Mexico and then the United States, where she collaborated with the Tito Puente Orchestra, later joining Fania Records. Her legacy is made up of more than 80 albums and songs, 23 gold records, and 5 Grammy Awards. She also appeared in several Hollywood movies and had a street in Miami renamed in her honor. That's Today in Hispanic Heritage. I'm Lisa Mateo, Bloomberg Radio.
All right, Lisa Mateo, thank you so much. Hispanic Heritage Month, and we got that installment from Lisa Mateo, Bloomberg News. Looking at the markets here as we get ready for Fed Day tomorrow. S&P up 0.4%, the Nasdaq up 0.7%. Yields just slightly higher. 10-year Treasury about 3.63%. Gold a little bit lower, 25.65 an ounce. WTI crude oil trying to rebound a little bit, now above $71 per barrel. So keep an eye on that. That wraps it up for Bloomberg Intelligence. Coming up, Balance of Power with Joe Matthew, Washington, D.C. That's next.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Washington, D.C.
The government runs out of money in 14 days. Welcome to the fastest show in politics. As lawmakers prepare to vote on a stopgap plan in the House, we'll have the latest for you as we get closer to some actual news. The Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, leaving the bubble, making his 10th trip now to the Middle East since the Israel-Hamas war began. We'll get up to date with Nick Wadhams with a lot of breaking news coming out of the region today. The battle of the economic plans coming into focus on the campaign trail. We'll contrast the proposals from Trump and Harris with economist Danny Blanchflower at Dartmouth College. And with our first major post-debate polls out today, we'll assemble our signature panel. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis with us for the hour. And it's all after a look at Wall Street. The markets up first, as always, with Charlie Pellet in New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Joe Matthew. Happy Tuesday and another happy day for the bulls. 7 up days in a row for the S&P 500 index. That would be the biggest winning streak in about a month. Right now, we've got the S&P up 21. We're off session highs, but still up by 0.4%, 56.54 where we stand right now. Stocks rose after retail sales data released ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow showed that the U.S. consumer is holding up. The Dow up 92, up 0.2%. Nasdaq up 132, now up by about 0.7%. S&P, by the way, just a few points away from another record. We've got the 10-year yielding 3.64%, the 2-year 3.60%. Spot gold down $18 the ounce, retreating from a record 25.63 right now, down 0.7%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil higher by 1.8%, 71.38 a barrel. Well, certainly all eyes and ears will be on the Federal Reserve and tomorrow's rate decision. Michael Darda is chief economist at Roth Capital Partners.
We've had a lot of clients asking us in the last week, what should the Fed do, not just what will they do? And I think any more than 50 basis points is simply unrealistic, and we have certain politicians that really shouldn't be weighing in on monetary policy doing that on both sides.
Roth Capital's Michael Darda. You can hear more of the conversation on the Surveillance podcast. You can download it wherever you get your podcasts. Intel CEO Pat Gelsinger has landed Amazon's AWS as a customer for the company's manufacturing business, potentially bringing work to new plants under construction in the U.S. and boosting his efforts to turn around the embattled chipmaker. Right now, we've got Intel up by 5.7%, and Amazon shares, they're also higher by 2%. Again, recapping, stocks are advancing. S&P right now up 0.4%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Back we go to Balance of Power in Washington. Once again, your host here is Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie Pellet, good to see you, Charlie. Thank you. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power, the fastest show in politics here on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube, where you can always find us live. Search Bloomberg Business News Live, and we will magically appear with live streams from Washington and New York all day long here on Bloomberg Radio. We've got some news in Washington. Lawmakers getting set to vote on the stopgap that we've been talking about. We now are down to 14 days on our countdown clocks for government funding to expire, and the candidates are back on the campaign trail following the wild weekend we spent so much time talking about yesterday. Kamala Harris doing an interview with the National Association of Black Journalists, remembering what happened when Donald Trump spoke to the NABJ. We'll have ears and eyes on that for you around 2:30 Eastern Time. Donald Trump in Flint, Michigan. He's going to be doing a town hall with Sarah Huckabee Sanders tonight, and the two running mates are in the field as well. But we have breaking news from abroad that we want to start with today, and a headline just now crossing the terminal as Antony Blinken takes off on his 10th trip to the Middle East since the 7th of October. Hezbollah now accusing Israel of being behind pager explosions. What is that, you ask? One of the most top-read stories on the terminal today. Pager blasts hurt hundreds in Lebanon in presumed attack. This is not a story from the late 80s. People are wearing pagers and they're blowing up. Lebanese authorities say hundreds of people, including Iran's ambassador, were wounded across the country after their pagers exploded in this presumed attack. Again, now being blamed on Israel by Hezbollah, the militant group, of course, backed by Iran. Apparently uses these wireless devices frequently for communication. Let's dive right in with Nick Wadhams, who leads our national security team and found some time for us here at the table on Balance of Power. Nick, it's great to see you. We're both old enough to remember wearing pagers. I didn't think that there would be an opportunity for an attack in this forum, but it comes on the heels of Israel telling the United States, telling Amos Hochstein, that there is only a military solution to the crisis on the northern border. What does this headline tell you about what's happening right now?
Well, I mean, there's so many unanswered questions here, and we know that there were quite serious consequences. We have reports so far that at least two people and two adults and a child may have been killed in these explosions. So there's the technical aspect of it. Obviously, how did this happen? Was there a hack? Were there explosives? You know, there are just so many unanswered questions about how these pagers exploded, but what little detail we have so far suggests that this was limited to the south, to an area where Israel believes, or they're known to be, a lot of members of Hezbollah, and that they were the apparent target. Obviously, we have no claim of responsibility from Israel, sure. But a sudden rash of hundreds of pagers exploding, it does look like it was a deliberate attack aimed at taking out a lot of Hezbollah fighters.
This is something you wouldn't believe if you saw in a movie.
That's true, but we have had so many things happen that you would never believe. You know, you would have, if you had seen in a movie, you would have said it was completely ridiculous. Yeah. I mean, a drone machine gun killing an Iranian scientist, a bomb blast where explosives were planted in a guest house in Tehran, killing a senior Hamas commander. So this is very much in keeping with that. I mean, and I think what you have seen is that Hezbollah and others have said they don't want to use cell phones because they can be tracked and targeted, so they were trying to go even more low tech in communicating with pagers, and apparently an exploit was found to make this happen.
Lebanon's telecom minister, Johnny Korm, speaking with Bloomberg News, there is foul play, he said. It's an aggression, of course. Would it also be in keeping for Israel to take credit for this if
they will almost certainly will not take credit.
So we may never know.
We may never know, but that will obviously be the strong suspicion. And, you know, it does sort of conform with attacks we've seen in the past where high tech, extreme secrecy, obviously, in the planning and also in the responsibility for it, targeting a group, but also a willingness to accept a certain amount of collateral casualties. So, you know, it's obviously a pattern here, but again, so much that we still don't know.
Boy, pretty incredible. Then does this jeopardize Secretary Blinken's trip? That's what we were actually here to talk about today, was this 10th journey abroad.
Well, it's quite notable that Blinken, at least at the moment, does not plan to go to Israel on his trip. He is only going to Cairo so far, at least that's all they've announced. And I think what you're seeing there is he wants to talk to the Egyptians because they've been part of the mediating group handling the Gaza crisis, but also I think it's unavoidable that it reflects a certain degree of frustration with Israel. His envoy, Amos Hochstein, who went to the region to talk about Hezbollah, was basically rebuffed. I mean, you see a lot of pablum and blandness in these readouts, but Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu really essentially kind of slapped him down, said they were determined, as you said, to go ahead with, basically raising the stakes on the Hezbollah issue. So, Blinken is not going, I think, probably sensing that if he did go, he would also be snubbed.
Someday this is going to be a wild story to hear what really went on here.
Yeah, we're just starting to try to figure it out. It's crazy.
Yeah, great work. I'm delighted you could be with us. Nick Wadhams, Bloomberg National Security Team Leader here in Washington, with quite a story on his hands. As we turn our attention to the other big ones today in Washington, at least, and that's the FOMC. It's the start of a two-day Fed meeting. If you're with us here on Bloomberg, you probably know that already. You probably also know that this has come down to an argument between 25 and 50. And we're not going to know until, well, a little bit later than this time tomorrow. Of course, we'll have special coverage of the outcome of this Fed meeting, the announcement, the statement, the dot plot, and the news conference. And it's something that we want to start our conversation with Danny Blanchflower on here. We're going to get to the candidates' economic proposals as well. With the help of the tenured professor of economics at Dartmouth College, recipient of the Commander of the Order of the British Empire, Danny Blanchflower, welcome back to Bloomberg. Are we in the 25 or 50 camp here, Danny, and does it matter?
Well, I don't think it really matters, but I think consensus is gradually moving towards 50. But I think really the big issue is, what's the signal going forward? What do the dot plots look like? And are the markets right to be basically pricing in not just rate cuts now, but rate cuts going forward? And obviously this is sort of happening globally because the Bank of England meets this week. Suspicions are they'll probably do 25, but they might even do 50, and they might be impacted obviously by what the Fed does. ECB moving in that direction. I mean, the global consensus is that the US labor market in particular is slowing, and you need to get ahead of it. And I think that's really where we are. My bet, if I had to really bet, was they'll go with 50.
If that's the case, you know what they're going to say, political motivation. What do you make of this whole conversation, even though we've still got 7 weeks to the election?
Well, that's obviously a big part of it. I mean, I recall sitting in meetings where we were thinking about interest rate changes, and we were thinking about politics and how to be seen to be sort of separate from the politics. But I guess in this instance, the data is king, and the move to try and get ahead of a slowing labor market is important. But obviously, people are going to say, well, this is a political move. I don't think it is, not basically because of the global moves that are going on, but people on both sides will say, haha, look, this is a cut to help the administration, to help Kamala Harris. I don't think, I mean, that will be center part of their conversations. But in the end, I think they'll look through that and say, data's king. I think we have to go with this. I don't think there's any doubt that they'll cut. The question is, will they do 25 or 50? But if you look at the sort of interest rate futures, as I say, markets think this is the first of quite a lot.
You know, I'm dying to pull you into the political conversation. I actually think of you when I hear the debating tax proposals, for instance, the lack of acknowledgement of our deficit right now. And I thought I would just give you a taste here, just to work you up a little bit on some of the highlights that we've heard just over the past couple of days on the campaign trail, last couple of weeks to be fair. Donald Trump, Kamala Harris, let it rip.
And remember, what I'm going to do is something that nobody has ever even thought about doing. No tax on tips.
When I am president, we will continue our fight for working families to eliminate taxes on tips for service and hospitality workers.
I want to cut taxes on Americans while putting tariffs on China and foreign countries to bring our jobs back home.
All the while, he intends to enact what in effect is a national sales tax that would raise prices on middle-class families.
As part of our additional tax cuts, we will end all taxes on overtime. You know what that means?
My plan is to give a $50,000 tax deduction to start up small businesses.
All right, I don't know what the next exemption is going to be, Danny Blanchflower, but I'm guessing they're going to be more in the next 7 weeks. No one, this is what they have in common, is talking really seriously about how they're going to pay for it. At what point do you start beating your head against the wall?
Well, rhetoric's all very well. It's not just even how do you pay for it, but how could you possibly implement it? I mean, the idea of no tax on tips. So maybe that means that firms stop paying, any amount per hour and just let everything go to tips. How do you implement no tax on overtime? I mean, the unions will love that. I've just got a new paper out showing that on average, union workers get about 5 hours a week more than non-union workers. How do you do that? How do you prevent firms suddenly saying, okay, well, we'll change the work week. So instead of you doing 40 hours plus 5 overtime, you do 35 hours and 10 overtime. So the practicalities of how you do this is obviously a complex one. And the debate over are tariffs a tax has become complicated. My old colleague, Justin Wolf, has been having a conversation with J.D. Vance about the price of washing machines and dishwashers. I mean, this is, I guess, economics for the election, how you implement it, how you pay for it, what you're going to do with the deficit are not details that have really been worked out. And an economist like me shivers.
I pictured you shivering. So
do
we just
maybe
assume that this is all bluster? Should voters pay any attention? Should investors pay any attention? You mentioned tariffs. The president could do that on his or her own. Tax cuts require Congress.
Well, the first one, the practicalities of tax cuts, it will obviously depend on the makeup of the House and the Senate and what kind of policy you can come through with. You're right that the president can implement tariffs. Now, it's clear, I mean, there's been a set of recent surveys done, and as I say, Justin Wolf has been pushing this. I mean, it's quite clear that tariffs are basically a tax on consumers, and the consumers will pay this, and this will have big inflationary effects and so on. So the question is, I mean, is the rhetoric going to turn into actually implementable policies? I assume the Fed won't be terribly happy to see a big jump in the inflation rate, because the response to that would be that the Fed would then start raising rates. And you might see, well, if Trump says he's going to go to tariffs, then he's going to start to think about how to prevent the Fed compensating for that fact. So this doesn't really look like sensible economics. I mean, the idea that you give money to set and help small businesses set up, well, maybe so. How you do that remains unclear, and whether you could implement it. I mean, I have a lot of evidence, particularly from minority-owned firms, that actually there are capital constraints, especially black-owned businesses and others. But whether you think giving away 50,000 tax rate would have positive, I suspect it probably would, and it would probably have a particularly helpful effect, as I say, on minorities. But no one's actually priced this out. I mean, you didn't actually say to me that no tax on tips, that's going to cost 27 billion.
Right.
This one on tariffs is going to cost 48 billion. We haven't seen the thing priced out, so these are sort of economics of wishful thinking. We will see, but they need to be priced, and we need to think of the effects on the deficit. And we'll see if whichever one of the politicians wins, whether these things can actually practically be implemented, as an economy is slowing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know that Maya McGinnis is from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget crunched the no taxes on tips on its own to cost somewhere between $100 and $200 billion, which at the moment would be defense or deficit spending, rather. I don't know. Danny Blanchflower made it clear in past conversations I would fail your class, and I'm getting a sense that the candidates for president might also. Danny, it's great to have you back. From Dartmouth College, straight to your living room and your car and the podcast, Danny Blanchflower. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington. We'll bring in Dad next. Nathan Dean from Bloomberg Intelligence, right here on Bloomberg.
everyone. On Wall Street, we do check markets all day long. Here at Bloomberg, we begin with a developing story. Headline right off the Bloomberg Professional Service. J.P. Morgan Chase said to be in talks with Apple to take over the credit card portfolio from Goldman Sachs. This according to the Wall Street Journal. Right now, we've got Apple shares trading lower by 0.1%. J.P. Morgan Chase shares are right now, we've got shares of JPM. They're up by about 0.7%. But again, that headline right now on the Bloomberg Professional Service, J.P. Morgan said to be in talks with Apple to take over the credit card portfolio from Goldman Sachs. Stocks higher after retail sales data this morning released ahead of the Fed decision showed the U.S. consumer is holding up. We've got the S&P up 5 right now. We're well off session highs, but still a gain of 0.1%. The Dow up 35, up by about 0.1%. And NASDAQ right now up 48, a gain of 0.3%. 10-year 3.64%. The 2-year 3.60%. Spot gold down $18 the ounce, retreating from a record. A drop right now of 0.7%. While West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 2.1%. WTI 71.57 a barrel. Microsoft shares are advancing by 0.5%. It is raising its quarterly dividend 10%, and it has unveiled a new $60 billion stock buyback program, matching the size of a repurchase plan 3 years ago. And some of the other stories that we are following for you today, we do have Salesforce unveiling a pilot in its artificial intelligence strategy this week at its annual Dreamforce conference, now saying that its AI tools can handle tasks without human supervision. And private equity investor Steve Pagliuca is said to be discussing a takeover of Red Star FC, that's the Paris-based football club, whose fans have previously railed against capitalist owners. Recapping, stocks now little changed. S&P up by 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. And once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
All right, Charlie, thank you. As always, on the markets, Charlie Pellet in New York. I'm Joe Matthew in Washington, and glad you're with us here on Balance of Power on Bloomberg Radio, on the satellite radio, and on YouTube. We welcome you with 14 days to go. Yes, we've made it to the 2-week mark. Been counting down now for months, knowing September 30 would be upon us here with a funding deadline. And you're going to see a lot of countdown clocks popping up over the next couple of days, unless Congress can do something. Lawmakers back just today to deal with this in the House first, with a 6-month stopgap plan that appears to have no chance of passing. But we're doing this anyway. The logic from Representative Dusty Johnson, the Republican from South Dakota, speaking to Politico. Let's just be honest. Republican lack of unity, he says, has often sent us into negotiations with less leverage than we should have. He says it's a fact of being in a conference that values rugged individualism over collective action. Nathan Dean is with us right now. His eyes on this, running odds, of course, on the potential for a shutdown, which still, I keep hearing, is not going to happen. From Bloomberg Intelligence, senior U.S. Policy analyst Nathan, great to see you. With 2 weeks out here, does Dusty Johnson have a point?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, anytime we get to this situation, you see a lot of frustration come from the Republican side of the House because they just don't have the votes, they don't have the leverage, and with an election only 50 or so days away, everybody knows that there's most likely not going to be a shutdown here. We're at 20%. So this is just something that Congress is going to have to get through and go through the motions. We're going to see them talk about it this week. You know, they're voting on some other stuff.
You already know this is going to fail.
Yeah, well, look, we're at 20%.
Yeah.
Because, you know, nobody wants to be seen shutting the government down in an election year. And if they shut the government down, they have to stay. And come October, you know, their opposition will be running back for re-election or for election in their campaign or in their district. So they want to get out of town. They want to go back home. They want to campaign. So what's going to happen is that we think the Republicans are going to fail on this additional vote, this vote. Maybe doesn't even get to a vote. The Senate eventually jams them up with a clean CR, either into December or in March. We've heard some people talk, hey, let's just put this into the lame duck period, and then we'll do this again. But ultimately, we just don't think there's a real threat here. And even if there is a threat, it's always important to remember that we don't see much of a market impact on shutdowns, even amongst defense contractors.
Yeah, how about
the
that?
most important thing we actually see from a government shutdown, minus to those that get furloughed in the Washington, D.C. area, is a lot of traders up in New York don't have information from the Fed, the Department of Agriculture.
Data.
Data.
Yeah.
But that data usually comes back like 3-5 days later.
Okay, very good. So to recap, 20%, not high. You don't see a shutdown. But this process we're going through right now is going to fail in the House. The Senate then jams the House with its version.
Yep.
Everyone finds religion in time to go home and campaign.
Yeah, I mean, just remember, and I stole this from Steve Dennis, one of the great Bloomberg News reporters here.
Yeah.
The way negotiations work in Washington is you have no deal, no deal, no deal, no deal, no deal. Yes, we have a deal. Oops, no, we don't have a deal. 5 more no's, and then eventually have a deal.
Okay.
That's always how it plays out with debt ceiling, with government shutdown, and so forth like that. But just remember, at the end of the day, they don't want to be here in October. There's no political advantage to creating a shutdown for either party at this point. And the party that is always being seen as the one instituting the shutdown always pays a political price. So eventually the Senate will jam the House. The House will accept it. And I think a lot of people in the House would be happy with that, just passing a clean CR, moving in this fight to either, the first half of or the lame duck or, the first 100 days of the presidency next year.
Is this ask for additional funding for the Secret Service a complicating factor? Does that get attached to a stopgap? All of a sudden, this is the conversation following what happened on the golf course on Sunday.
It really depends on the timing of it. I certainly don't think additional funding for the Secret Service would be something controversial that you could attach to it.
Okay.
But I think they have to go through the motions of determining what happened there. And I'm not sure that folks would be so quickly to just say, hey, let's give the Secret Service more money, unless we understand that there's another root problem here or a systemic issue. So I don't want to say that it will be a holdup. I'm not sure it would get in either, but certainly something in the debate.
No one's put a number on it yet, interestingly. There isn't a request for money. It's just kind of let us know what we can do. Is that how you understand?
Yeah, I just don't think anybody really knows what the root of the problem is here. And I don't even want to call it a problem, but, the root of the issue, so to speak. And so I think that, if we had, say, another month until the government shutdown, potentially there could be a funding ask involved.
Your phone's been ringing off the hook today, not because of a shutdown. I don't know if anyone, you tell me if clients are worried about this yet. They're calling you about banks today. How come?
Yeah, so the FDIC, the Office of the Comptroller of the Currency, and the Department of Justice have finalized a lot of policy statements and rules related to bank mergers. Now, the headline essentially here, and this is the headline we've put out, is these proposals will make it tougher for bank mergers to occur. Now, you talk to any banker, they're like, look, bank mergers are already tough. I mean, the Biden-era regulators are taking a very tougher scrutiny. But what the FDIC and the OCC did here is they changed the way that they view mergers in a way to give more emphasis to community banks and to consumers. So if Bank A and Bank B merge, and as a result of that merger, they're going to pull out of, let's say, the south side of Chicago, the FDIC may come in here and say, nah, the south side of Chicago is going to be harmed by this. We're not going to approve that. Now, that's a very high-level theory, but, this certainly will make bank mergers more difficult going forward, something that I think a lot of banks already would presume. But I should also note that what they did today is somewhat easily reversible if President Trump wins. And then they can do this and reverse it essentially at the tail end of 2025.
Much like our conversation about Basel III last week, which is kind of interesting when we consider this moment in time before the election.
Yeah, the only major difference here is what the FDIC put out is a policy statement, not a rule. Okay. The OCC put out a rule, but the FDIC put out a policy statement, which means that they can reverse it much faster than
It'll be a lot easier.
Exactly.
Did you stay up late last? Is it Twitter Space, or it's X Spaces now, right? After the last one with Elon Musk, I dialed in. I heard the music start. I don't know if this went anywhere, but Donald Trump is officially in the crypto business now. Are crypto bros calling you about this World Financial? What's the point of this whole exercise? And does it redefine somehow the industry as the Trump family is suggesting?
So I think the biggest question I get from crypto, clients and folks in the crypto space is, are we going to get regulatory clarity next year?
Yeah.
Because right now you have this muddied, murky regulation by courts or by enforcement and so forth, and it doesn't serve anybody. Now, what happened last night is President Trump solidified his position as a pro-crypto candidate. He even said, I want to make the United States a crypto capital of the world.
Yes.
And when you have 100,000 voters that are ultimately going to decide who the president president is, maybe there's 3,000 of them that are only voting on crypto. But, so what we think will happen is if President Trump wins, the SEC will flip. You'll have much more eased regulation, or, certainly the enforcement risk will decrease. Yeah. But you also will have Congress come in and try and pass another bill. Here's where I'm a little bit on a consensus, though. I think the same process plays out if Kamala Harris wins the presidency.
How so?
Because I think that nobody likes this idea of regulation by courts, where the courts come in and say, in this case, this means this, in that case, that means that. It's very confusing. And so I think that the SEC will come out in a Harris presidency and they'll say, okay, let's get a little bit more clarity. And I think Congress will come together and pass something, because they certainly don't want to, defer any of this authority to the SEC. You want to cement it, put it into the statute. But I think there still will be some differences depending on who wins the presidency on the broad aspect.
So you get a framework either way, even if it's a Harris administration.
That's, we're going a little out of consensus out there, but we think that, we're around 60, 70% of chance of that next year.
67?
Yeah, 60
Buried
to
the
70.
lead here
60
with
to
Nathan
70.
Dean. 60 to 70%. That's important. World Liberty Financial, I think I misstated it, by the way. Donald Jr. said after comments from his father, it's a real problem that needed to be addressed. And honestly, I think this is the way, the idea of decentralized currency. If you're the president of the United States, isn't it part of your job to embrace the U.S. dollar?
Yeah, but let's talk about crypto. And there's really two aspects of cryptocurrency we're talking here. One is decentralized finance that's completely decentralized. So there's a lot of crypto firms out there and crypto players that don't want any U.S. regulation whatsoever. Just leave us alone, let it be, just let it be. But that's not ever how it's going to work in the United States. Our theory is that the American government will never allow a decentralized currency to take form without some form of control or regulations, consumer protections, if you will. And so for all the folks that are in that side of the crypto that wants the wild, wild west, there's other side that says, look, we need to work with regulations. Think of Coinbase, for example. Coinbase is spending a lot of money, talking to folks up on Capitol Hill about this idea of legislation, regulation, and so forth like that. So we think that President Trump would fall on the latter, that he would work with Congress and potentially appoint an SEC chair to put additional rules and so forth out there, because it would be very murky and a lot of consumers potentially could be harmed if you fell into the wild, wild west scenario.
Fascinating. Where does this World Liberty Financial fall in the sort of pecking order or food chain of crypto platforms?
Well, it certainly needs open interest. It needs volume. And so it's way too early to say. I mean, obviously, if you're an American consumer and you want to buy a Bitcoin, you may go to one of the biggest exchanges, or you may just pull out a digital wallet and do it yourself. But, crypto over the last couple of years has been really seeking to be institutionalized. Getting the institutional investments, so the Bitcoin ETFs and so forth like that. What President Trump proposed last night, it's the first step of many, many steps to get to there.
We ran some good odds today, okay? 20% on a shutdown, 60 to 70% on a crypto framework from a Harris administration. Partly why we love spending time with Nathan Dean, not just because he's a nice guy. The road show's going well? What country or city you're going to next?
I can't even remember.
I love that, exactly.
New York.
Like a true rock star. That's how in demand this guy is. Since the change at the top of the ticket, so many investors want to know what it will mean for policy going forward if Kamala Harris is elected. Nathan Dean, Bloomberg Intelligence. Look him up on the terminal. Thank you so much, as always. We'll assemble our panel next. They're both with us. Jeannie Shanzano and Rick Davis on the way here on the fastest show in politics. I'm Joe Matthew. This is Bloomberg.
It's 12:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got the S&P just a few points away from a record. Stocks in the green, but we are well off session highs. Here's where we stand. The S&P right now at 5638, up by just about 0.1%. The Dow little changed, up 16, up less than 0.1%. Nasdaq up 49, a gain there of 0.3%. S&P record, by the way, 5667. Right now we've got the S&P at 5638. 10-year yield 5.64%, with a 2-year currently yielding 3.59%. Gold down $16 the ounce, lower by 0.6%. 25.65 right now, retreating from a record, while West Texas Intermediate crude oil is up 2.5%, 71.87 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. The numbers are in on American retail sales, and they are lackluster. With that story, here's Bloomberg's Vinny Del Giudice.
Retail sales eked out a 0.1% increase in August, though July's gain was revised a bit higher. Online sales outdid mixed results elsewhere last month. Receipts at service stations dipped, reflecting lower gasoline prices. Going into today's retail sales report, economists surveyed by Bloomberg anticipated an overall decline. Vinny Del Giudice, Bloomberg Radio.
Among retailers, we got Amazon up by 1.2%. It is a mixed bag. Walmart shares, they are down now by 2.2%. Macy's up 1.1%. Target down by 0.6%. Private equity investor Steve Pagliuca is discussing a takeover of Red Star FC. That is the Paris-based football club whose fans have previously railed against capitalist owners. Again, recapping, S&P now little changed, up barely, up now by 2 points, a gain of just about 0.1%. 10-year yield right now is at 3.64%. For online, on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcast. Balance of Power continues. Once again, your host, here he is, Joe Matthew.
Wouldn't be Balance of Power without Charlie Pellet on the markets. Charlie, thank you so much. Live from New York. We'll get back to Charlie a little bit later on this hour to keep tabs on things. This Tuesday, welcome to Balance of Power. We're live in Washington with our eyes now turning to the campaign trail. We've spent the better part of this program so far, the last 40 minutes, looking at geopolitics, the gyrations in Congress, the start of a Federal Reserve meeting, as we're reminded that we're less than 7 weeks out here from a presidential election. Some folks actually voting early by mail in some small areas around the country. There'll be a lot more where that came from in the coming weeks. Following what happened on the golf course Sunday, Donald Trump is not only back on the campaign trail today, but he is not altering the travel schedule at all after the apparent second attempt on his life in 2 months. Going to be in Flint, Michigan today. Town hall event with fairly easy crowd here. His former press secretary going to be interviewing him, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, of course, the governor of Arkansas. Then it's on to New York tomorrow, Nassau Coliseum, Uniondale, and an event with a pro-Israel group on Thursday here in Washington, D.C. Kamala Harris and Tim Walz work in the swing states as well. She's in Philadelphia for the NABJ. That's the National Association of Black Journalists. You remember what happened when Donald Trump went to the NABJ. So a lot of folks are watching that. It starts about 2 hours from now. J.D. Vance, Tim Walz in Wisconsin and Georgia, respectively. With new polls out now, this is the important part of what we have today. Since the debate, there have been a couple of small samples. These are the first major polls we have seen since the debate between Donald Trump and Kamala Harris, coming with courtesy here of Suffolk University. And I'll start with that one, if I may. Suffolk got in the field right after the debate and held several separate polls, as a matter of fact, here, which we're going to be talking about. A trio of Suffolk University USA Today polls finds Kamala Harris leading 49 to 46% in Pennsylvania specifically. That is within the margin, though, which is important to mention here. We've got a separate poll from Morning Consult. Kamala Harris jumping to a 6-point lead over Trump following the presidential debate. That's nationally. A majority of likely voters here, including 1 in 5 Republicans, also believe Kamala Harris won the debate. Let's assemble our signature panel. Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano looking at the polls and the trail for us. Of course, Bloomberg Politics contributors. Jeannie, a political science professor at Iona University. Rick Davis, partner at Stone Court Capital. Great to see you both. Jeannie, your thoughts on the numbers here? There was a big question about whether there'd be a post-debate bump for Kamala Harris. When you see these numbers within the margin, can we say there was such a thing?
I still go back to the fact that we are within the margin. And so she seems to have gotten, when you ask people who performed better, she seems to have won on that question. But whether that translates into an I will vote for Kamala Harris in the end is a quite different story. And I'm not convinced we are seeing that. That said, looking at these numbers, you'd rather be Kamala Harris than Donald Trump at this point. The numbers are moving in the right direction for Kamala Harris. You mentioned this USA Today, Suffolk University trio of polls for Pennsylvania, a must-win state for both of these candidates. And her favorables are much more impressive than his. And her numbers with women, she's up like 17 with women, and he's up with men, but not by as much. So you add that together, and then you look at the counties that they looked at, those bellwether counties, and she's on the right trajectory, but again, within the margin of error. So too close to call, but if you'd had to choose based on these numbers, you'd probably rather be in her position today.
All right, Rick, I wonder your take specifically on the counties that Jeannie mentions. You've been through this before enough times. Northampton and Erie counties with a slight lead over Donald Trump tells you what when you get into the granular here?
It's a math formula for Harris. How much can she run up the totals in Philadelphia and Pittsburgh before you get outside the suburbs? And for Trump, it's that Lehigh Valley and Western Pennsylvania. Where he's really got to make his mark. And I must admit, I was more surprised by the margins in Western Pennsylvania than anything else in his poll. I would have thought it was much closer. That is Trump country. And the fact that he's still, 4 or 5 points behind Hispanic community in the East, very strongly for Harris. She's regained all the sort of mojo that the Democrats had lost with Hispanics and black voters. So it's looking a lot like the 2020 race in Pennsylvania. It was a 1.2% victory for Biden. Trump won in 2016 by 1 percentage point. I have absolutely no doubt based on these numbers that if the election were today, it'd be a 1% race all over again.
Boy, and when you see 5% of statewide poll respondents calling themselves undecided, Jeannie, that's the way this ends, right? This is going to be decided by a whisker.
Absolutely right. 5% undecided. There is a scramble to get those voters to your side. And we should underscore why Pennsylvania is so important, especially for Kamala Harris. If she's able to squeak out a win in Pennsylvania, she's likely going to have a better shot in Michigan, Wisconsin. I think it's been since the late 1980s. All three of those blue states have voted in concert in these presidential elections. She doesn't need any of those other battleground states to win. So her path to 270 goes right through Pennsylvania. Are there other ways to do it? Yes, but it's tough. Out of all these battleground states we talk about, Pennsylvania has the largest number of electoral votes at 19. And of course, Donald Trump needs to win it as well. And, just to go back a few weeks, this is why her decision to forego Josh Shapiro on the ticket with her in favor of Tim Walz is such a big decision on her part. If she, ends up losing Pennsylvania, I think that's going to be the big question people come back to. Did she make a mistake in not choosing the very popular governor of Pennsylvania? There's no right or wrong there, but she's going to find out on election day.
She sure is. This is something we've all been asking. Of course, we should note these polls came out after the debate, but did not encapsulate the reaction to the second attempted assassination of Donald Trump on Sunday. When I wonder if you guys have seen this tweet from J.D. Vance. It's a long one. You might actually need to carve some time. It reminds us that I guess you can post unlimited. tweets here if you're paying to be the blue check. It starts yesterday. Donald J. Trump nearly lost his life. An armed gunman waited for him in the bushes. I'm scrolling down here. As the senator says, here's what we know so far. Kamala Harris has said that democracy is on the line in her race against President Trump. The gunman agreed and used the same exact phrase. He had a Kamala Harris bumper sticker on his truck. He was obsessed with Ukraine's fight for democracy and absorbed many unhinged views about the Russia-Ukraine war. His name is Ryan Routh, and he donated 19 times to Democrat causes and 0 to Republican ones. So this has clearly become a case of blame in this case. And Rick, we know that Donald Trump has said a lot of things as well. He called Kamala Harris a fascist and said that if she was elected, it would be the end of the country. So when J.D. Vance talks about a double standard and he says it's amplified by the Democrats' media, how should we respond to that?
You know, look, I think we've seen this play all over again. It wasn't, 2 or 3 days after the initial assassination attempt that came incredibly close to taking Donald Trump's life that the Republican attack machine went into full overload, right? There was this concept that maybe there'd be a unity play at the convention, but that paled in comparison to the attack play. And that hasn't changed. Look, let's just talk a little bit about campaign strategy. Donald Trump is not going to increase his ballot 1 percentage point. He hasn't done it in 2 other election cycles. He's going to hover around 46 or 47%. There is 0 evidence that he can go beyond that, which means that if he wants to win, he's got to bring Kamala Harris down below him. So it's not about selling anything for Donald Trump. It's about attacking Kamala Harris. And at least there's a self-awareness in this tactic that Vance understands that and isn't going to try and appeal to swing voters in any positive way. He's going to try and pollute the turf so that people are afraid of the Democrats, are afraid of Kamala Harris, are afraid of Tim Walz. And that's going to be the Republican game plan for the next 45 days. And the reality is that has some evidence in the past to be effective. So the Democrats are going to have to be able to employ an effective strategy to counter that.
Jeannie, I want to hear from you on this. J.D. Vance talks about Springfield as well in this very long tweet. He says, citizens are telling us there are problems, undeniable truths of higher car accidents, unaffordable housing, evictions of residents, overcrowded hospitals. They also include the infamous pet stories, he says, which, again, multiple people have spoken about either on video or to me and my staff. The governor of Ohio, Governor DeWine, has dispatched the state police now to Springfield to try to keep people safe, or at least make them feel that way, with now a total of 33 bomb threats targeting city schools. Producer James just put another one in front of me here. A local university has had to cancel all athletic events because of it. J.D. Vance is blaming a double standard in the media for this. Jeannie, is there some truth to it?
You know what's so stunning about this is that J.D. Vance, these are his constituents. And you have to scratch your head and ask, if this has been going on for so long, where has J.D. Vance been for so many years when this has been going on? He is the sitting senator of Ohio. And so this is a question that has to be asked. And you see DeWine, you see other Republicans in Ohio trying to tone down the rhetoric, but you see J.D. Vance joining Donald Trump in amping it up. And I think this is a reaction to the numbers we are seeing. Let's face it, Donald Trump had a bad debate performance. He's doubling down on things like, Haitian immigrants eating cats and animals and pets, because he is trying to do what Rick was talking about, gin up his base to get out to vote, and trying to blame the Harris team and Harris Biden for what's going on in immigration. That's what's happening. And J.D. Vance is going right down the track with it. Yes, we can blame the media, all of us, for a lot of things, but J.D. Vance has his own voice. And if he wants to talk about rhetoric, he should stick to policy and the facts. And he should talk about immigration in a sound way. There's a lot to say, but talking about something that's not happening, which he admitted to Dana Bash on CNN this weekend, because he's trying to drive interest, is hardly the work of a responsible leader or a senator of the state of Ohio.
The post I mentioned has been viewed over 15 million times. The first reply, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., he says, proud of you, JD. JD Vance replying to him, thanks, man. Rick and Jeannie back with us in our second hour on Balance of Power, right here on Bloomberg.
politics to the world of business. This is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
14 days to a possible government shutdown and still no deal. Welcome to the fastest show in politics as lawmakers prepare to vote on a stopgap in the House. that is not expected to pass. I'm Joe Matthew alongside Kaylee Lyons in Washington. We welcome you to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power. Kaylee, this all comes along with a new request, of course, for additional funding for the Secret Service, and it's unclear if that's going to become part of this debate as well.
Yeah, will that get wrapped into a continuing resolution effectively that will kick the can on the wider funding battle down the road for some period of time, or will it be addressed separately, knowing that the Speaker of the House, Mike Johnson, has expressed some degree of skepticism around whether or not it's actually more funding that the agency needs, or if this is a personnel and organizational problem in terms of protecting the former president.
Especially having learned now that he did have apparently the full complement of protection at the golf course on Sunday. It was more about the impromptu decision to go there that didn't allow them to have time to sweep the whole course. We'll update the investigation with more on this. And Michelle Jamrisco from Bloomberg here in Washington, D.C., covering this new ask for additional resources. Kaylee, will hear as well from Congressman Brian Stile on this first day of the Fed meeting.
Indeed. He is, of course, a member of the House Financial Services Committee. He also chairs the House Administration Committee, so he knows a thing or two about the security details that come for high-ranking political officials, and it'll be great to get his take live from Capitol Hill as his chamber makes their return to Washington after the weekend. But as Joe says, it is day one of the Fed meeting. We're all awaiting a decision on 25 or 50 basis points tomorrow. So with a look at how markets are positioning ahead of that, Charlie Pellet is checking in from New York. Hey, Charlie.
Well, hello there, Kaylee Lyons. Indeed, we are now in the red. Earlier, we told you stocks were higher. A couple of minutes ago, dipping negative. S&P right now down 7, a decline of 0.1%. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down 66 right now. That is a drop of just about 0.2%. NASDAQ holding on to a gain barely, up by 10 points now, up by just under 0.1%. Russell 2000, though, interestingly, on a down day for the Dow and the S&P. The Russell 2000 higher now by just about 0.7%. Spot gold down $19 the ounce. West Texas Intermediate crude up 2.4%, $71.79 a barrel. 10-year 3.63%, with the 2-year that's now yielding 3.59%. Stocks came off session highs as traders positioned for the Fed decision. Wall Street very much split on the size of the central bank cut. Again, we've got the 10-year right now at 3.63%. Retail sales unexpectedly rose in August, supported by online purchases that masked more mixed results at other merchants. Among selected retailers, Amazon up 1.2%, Walmart down 2.2%, Macy's up by 1%. Target shares, they are slumping now by 0.9%. So again, ahead of the Fed decision, we've got the S&P trading lower now by 8 points, close to session lows, down 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News now, wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. And once again, your hosts, here they are, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. I'm Kaylee Lyons alongside Joe Matthew here in Washington, where, of course, we're continuing to assess the fallout from a second attempted assassination against former President Donald Trump. This one, of course, as the last one was from back in July, unsuccessful. Donald Trump on Sunday escaped unscathed with the help of his Secret Service detail, who were able to thwart the would-be shooter before he ever even got the chance to fire off a shot. Still, though, Joe, as we've been discussing for the last 48 hours, it raises questions about the Secret Service and whether it needs more from Congress in terms of actual financial resources being deployed to it.
Yeah, that's true. And you mentioned earlier Speaker Johnson might have a different take on this, suggesting that it's more about manpower allocation as opposed to overall funding of the agency. We're going to talk in a bit with Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, is with us, chair of the admin committee, who might have a thought on this. But a lot of it's going to rest on what we learned from this investigation. It's not just Butler now, but what happened at the golf course really could lead us to a more definitive position on that. People, frankly, talking without a lot of information at this stage, aren't they?
Well, that's very true. And of course, there are many investigations happening simultaneously. The FBI, of course, is looking into this at the federal level. The state of Florida, according to Governor Ron DeSantis, has an investigation all its own. And there still is the congressional task force looking into the prior assassination attempt on Donald Trump that, of course, has requested briefings from the Secret Service this week as well. So there are many different layers to this, many parties involved as they search for answers.
Yeah, and we turn to Bloomberg's Michelle Jamrisco for help on this story. She joins us here at the table in Washington. It's good to see you, Michelle. I'm not sure we even have a number yet, right? The White House has pledged to provide whatever resources are necessary. We have since learned that Donald Trump had the full complement when he was at the golf course and going about his business on Sunday. That was following the president's command after Butler. But outside of an increase of some sort, how do we even arrive at a number, or does this involve a reorganization of the agency?
Well, I think the numbers were a little bit distant from, I mean, you're right, we haven't gotten down to that level of detail in this debate. I think right now we're just assessing probably three different active debates here. One is how did this happen? What was the motive here? Kind of fade the political rhetoric around who's responsible for inflaming these sorts of characters. But luckily in this case, the suspect is still alive. It's something that maybe authorities can glean some information of that will help inform how they can prevent a further attack. So you have the motive debate going on, but then you have, of course, the resources debate. And, you know, should they be lauded? Should the Secret Service be lauded for preventing this attack? Or is this something that needs to focus on needs more improvement, which seems to be where both parties are at right now, with Biden saying, yes, I do think they probably need more personnel and Congress needs to supply that. Harris echoing that sentiment, saying political violence has no rhetoric and it has no place in America, and we will ensure the resources. But Trump saying, okay, where is it? I mean, we had this just 3 months ago. I need more resources at these events and more security. But you're right. I think an open question about how do they do that? How do they allocate those resources to prevent these sorts of attacks from even getting close to being attempts?
Well, and how quickly can they make those changes when this is someone who is currently running for president in an election that takes place less than 50 days from now? There's only so much time here to actually work with. He's still actively campaigning. He's going to be in Michigan doing a town hall today.
A real test for Congress and getting things going in Washington, which is never easy on any topic. But also, yeah, you're right. I mean, Trump has shown no enthusiasm to relent on his campaign schedule. These big events are what he lives for on the campaign trail. And he's saying, you know, if I have 50, 60,000 people on my event, regardless of what numbers are appropriate on the crowd size, he wants the amount of personnel that will ensure his safety the next time around.
Well, it's back to the swing states. As this is figured out, Donald Trump will be in Flint, Michigan tonight. Looks like a pretty friendly crowd. He's got his former press secretary, the governor of Arkansas, doing the questioning in what's billed as a town hall event.
Yeah, the Arkansas governor, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, that's, you know, he's playing to the crowd that he wants to see. But yeah, a key state there in Michigan, Republicans hoping to make some headway there in a state that Harris seems to be, you know, in good position as well. But yeah, very tight race there. And then later on this evening, we'll hear from him. He seems very active in the evenings these days. It's just, you know, keeping us busy late at night. But we'll hear another friendly crowd. He's going to be on Sean Hannity's show on Fox.
Well, and I wonder if we'll hear the similar refrains from him that we've heard in the last 48 hours. And frankly, it appeared first on the debate stage against Kamala Harris, this notion that it's her and Biden and their rhetoric that is to blame for the attempts on his life. He's describing it as leftist, communist rhetoric, these ideas that he's a threat to democracy. Should we expect the Harris campaign is going to make some adjustments because of those accusations?
I mean, I think they're going to continue to go with what they have gone with as an administration, as a Biden-Harris administration, with the line that political violence has no place in America. I think this sort of back and forth is showing the real campaign realities. Of course, Trump wants to energize his base with this talk of, oh, I will never surrender, and look at what they're doing to me. At the same time as, you know, if you think back to the Biden campaign, you know, all those months ago, that was a key theme, is Trump is a threat to democracy. And I think you've seen a little bit less of that emphasis from the Harris campaign, but it's still there. It's still, you know, she's still talking about how he's kind of undermining institutions and parts of democracy that she's purporting to institutionalize and keep safe.
All right, Bloomberg's Michelle Jamrisko, who covers the White House and politics for us. Thank you so much for joining us. Now, as we mentioned, we're about to speak with someone who knows a great deal about securing political figures, especially high-profile ones in high-profile areas like on Capitol Hill. And we turn now to the chair of the House Administration Committee and member of its Financial Services Committee. Congressman Brian Stile, the Republican from Wisconsin, is joining us now live from the Cannon Rotunda. Welcome back to Bloomberg TV and Radio, Congressman. It's been a while since we've spoken. We would first love to gauge your reaction as we were talking with you in Milwaukee after the first assassination attempt against Donald Trump. And here we find ourselves again after a second one. What is appropriate for your body to do in response here?
Well, first off, thank goodness the president is safe and that individual failed in their attempt to injure or kill President Trump. What we need to make sure we're doing is two things. One, that we have the correct culture and management at the Secret Service. We have a new leader of the Secret Service, but we need to make sure that that institution is operating effectively to secure not only the president, but not only President Biden, Vice President Harris, but also President Trump and J.D. Vance in the home stretch of this campaign. There's discussion of whether or not the Secret Service needs additional resources. I haven't really seen evidence that they need additional resources, but I do think there's plenty of evidence that we need to have a cultural change inside the Secret Service. I think all lawmakers are frustrated with the stonewalling that we're getting in our investigations to be able to make a determination as to what went wrong in Pennsylvania and to gain more information as to what just occurred in Florida.
Congressman, it's good to have you back. Can you speak a bit more to that, the stonewalling? You've got an agency now with an acting director. He held a news conference yesterday and talked about the level of funding that he would like to see increased. What do you need from him?
Well, there's multiple investigations occurring simultaneously, including a Senate investigation as well as a House investigation. My colleagues that are leading the House investigation continue to be stonewalled and getting critical information as to what played out in Pennsylvania. Understanding what went wrong will allow us to make sure that we know the Secret Service both has the resources they need, but also the management structure that's necessary to be put in place to keep all of our political leaders safe.
Well, as we discuss resources, Congressman, of course, you and your colleagues are in a bit of a discussion about the brighter resources for the government on Capitol Hill right now. We are just, 2 weeks out from a potential shutdown if a continuing resolution cannot be passed. What is your understanding at the moment of what the plan is and whether your speaker actually has the votes?
Well, ultimately, the Speaker came forward with a plan to combine both the SAVE Act to make sure that U.S. elections are for U.S. citizens, to combine that with a continuing resolution to extend that into the new year where we can come back and address the reckless spending in Washington. I think that's a very reasonable and appropriate play call. Now, in a narrowly divided Congress, as we have, any vote is difficult. I hope he brings that to the floor. I think it'll pass. It'll put the Senate on the clock to both secure the election and to make sure that we have government funding in place. That said, no one wins if the federal government shuts down, so I think it's imperative that we move forward quickly to make sure that we're securing the election, but also imperatively keeping our federal government funding open and operational.
You know, it's interesting. We've had a number of critics of this idea, mainly Democrats, Congressmen, of putting the SAVE Act alongside this funding bill because they say that it is a solution in search of a problem. It's already illegal for non-citizens to register to vote. What do you tell them about why this is needed? Why go through this exercise?
Well, this is about actually enforcing the law more than it is simply identifying that it is already illegal. It's already illegal for millions of individuals to cross into the United States illegally. So what we need to be doing is making sure that we're enforcing the law that's on the books. I think it's a reasonable and appropriate action at a period of time when countless individuals have come into the country illegally, that we're making sure that it's only U.S. citizens that are voting in U.S. elections. I think it's a straightforward, common sense election integrity provision that we should be able to attach to the CR and have it passed in the Senate and signed into law before this November election.
Well, Congressman, another way people may be looking at it is this is setting the stage for questions around election integrity to be brought forward if Donald Trump actually loses in November. He was just posting on his Truth Social account earlier today, suggesting that when he wins, those people that cheated will be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. Are you concerned, Congressman, what this could potentially be setting the stage for?
I think we actually have an opportunity to increase Americans' confidence in their elections by putting in place key election integrity provisions such as the SAVE Act. Any individual who would engage in illegal behavior should be held accountable for that action. I think that's appropriate to make clear. That said, I think it's reasonable that we should have common sense election integrity provisions to increase Americans' confidence in their elections. And so those on the left that push back against common sense reforms such as photo ID or the SAVE Act should be asking themselves, why wouldn't they put in place common sense reforms that actually increase Americans' confidence in our elections? Because what the data tells us is as we improve Americans' confidence in their elections, more people participate, and more people participating legally in our democracy is a good thing.
We've been dealing with a lot of noise in this campaign, Congressman. You don't need me to tell you the rhetoric has been hot and voters' attention being pulled in a lot of different directions right now. J.D. Vance is in Eau Claire, Wisconsin today. He's going to be talking a little bit later on this afternoon to voters. When you clear through the noise, What is the issue that's going to help Wisconsin break for one campaign or the other when voters hit the polls in 7 weeks?
And my home state of Wisconsin is the center of the storm. It is good to have that attention on the state. But what I think we should be focusing in on are the biggest policy debates that this country needs to have. Primarily, how do we bring costs down so families can afford the things that they need? And how do we secure the U.S.-Mexico border? Because the broken border is having real and serious consequences in my home state of Wisconsin and in states across the country. The more we're having a robust conversation on the policy issues in front of us, the better we are as a country. As we allow the dialogue to turn into other things, it's far less productive for our democracy.
Congressman, as you're there in the Capitol, of course, you are looking at getting a floor vote today on a bill you've brought forward, Protecting Americans' Retirement Savings from Politics Act. You want to rein in with this bill, sir, proxy advisors. Why?
I'm very concerned about the significant role that proxy advisors have. The United States has a clear duopoly where about 97% of all proxy advisor services are provided by two firms. They're not properly regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. We saw Chairman Gensler gut and remove Chairman Clayton's bill on this. I have brought forward legislation that says we should not only regulate them, we should make sure that Americans understand if these institutions have conflicts of interest. I've been concerned that these institutions, working with liberal groups, have worked to weaponize Americans' retirement accounts. This is an opportunity to stand up for good governance, to stand up for proper regulation of outside entities, and at the end of the day, to make sure we're protecting American retirement accounts that have shares being voted on by institutional investors.
Well, that's important to our audience here at Bloomberg, Congressman. Do you have co-signers? What kind of support do you have for this bill?
We have broad support. We passed it through committee with full Republican support. I think we have an opportunity as we bring it to the House floor this week to pick up Democratic votes. There's no reason that ISS and Glass Lewis, which have such a significant impact on the voting of shares across the board for American publicly traded companies, shouldn't be properly regulated by the Securities and Exchange Commission. And in particular, both of these institutions should have to disclose if they have a conflict of interest. That is one of my biggest concerns with both of these institutions, who are advising countless institutional investors on how to vote. They're not currently disclosing their conflicts of interest. The Securities and Exchange Commission should require that, and my bill does that.
Just quickly, Congressman, on conflicts of interest, Donald Trump last night was out endorsing the project of members of his family, World Liberty Financial, getting into the crypto business more materially. Do you worry about conflicts of interest there if he actually becomes president?
Well, he's a private citizen. He's allowed to engage in private business activities while he's a private citizen. Anybody that's in elected office follows the ethics rules of their given office, as I would in the House, as a senator would, or as a president would. What I'm focusing on in my legislation is, in particular, making sure that we're regulating appropriately American publicly traded companies, and we're not allowing individuals to have those conflicts of interest that aren't fully disclosed to the American people.
Congressman, it's good to have you back. I'm completely out of time. 25 or 50 tomorrow by the Fed.
Follow the data, and they're led by the data, not by politics.
Right, there it is. Ooh, I think I know what you meant. Brian Stile, the congressman from Wisconsin, the Republican view on a number of issues. It's great to have you back, sir, with us on Bloomberg TV and radio. Around this time, Kaylee, we're going to be winding up to special coverage of the Fed meeting. And of course, you can always count on us. We'll have much more with our panel coming up next on Bloomberg.
everyone on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a mixed U.S. stock market with the Dow, the S&P, both in the red. NASDAQ holding on to a gain up by about 0.1%. NASDAQ higher by 18 points, but right now we've got the S&P lower, little change down just under 0.1%. S&P lower by 3 points. The Dow down 39, a decline of 0.1%. 10-year yield 3.64% with a 2-year 3.59%. Gold is down 0.7%, 25.64 the ounce, and West Texas Intermediate crude advancing another 2%, now at 71.52 a barrel. Stocks are struggling near records ahead of the Fed's rate decision tomorrow. Traders split on the size of a central bank cut. Microsoft raising its quarterly dividend 10%. It has unveiled a new $60 billion stock buyback program, matching the size of a repurchase plan 3 years ago. Microsoft shares, they're advancing now by 0.7%. Meanwhile, Microsoft and G42 are establishing 2 AI centers in Abu Dhabi months after they inked a $1.5 billion deal, and the United Arab Emirates firm agreed to divest from China. Recapping stocks trading mixed. S&P 500 index down 2 points, little change, down just under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York, thank you so much. Kaylee Lyons and Joe Matthew here in Washington. Meanwhile, the campaign trail is everywhere today for the presidential and vice presidential nominees for the Republican and Democratic parties. We've got them all spread out. Kamala Harris, just about an hour from now, will be sitting down in Philadelphia with members of the National Association of Black Journalists for an interview, of course, following the one that Donald Trump did earlier this summer that led to some negative attention surrounding his questioning of her racial identity. Meanwhile, Harris's running mate, Tim Walz, is going to be in 2 swing states today, Georgia this morning, then heading to North Carolina. While J.D. Vance is going to be in Michigan, as will Donald Trump. He has a town hall this evening in Flint, Michigan, moderated by his former press secretary and the governor of Arkansas, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. And this will be another opportunity to hear from him in the aftermath of the second attempt on his life this past week.
He's not been holding back this time, blaming Democrats, even naming Joe Biden and Kamala Harris for their rhetoric, spawning what he says, bullets flying here. And I suspect that will come up this evening, even though it has been confirmed that Joe Biden requested and delivered additional Secret Service protection for Donald Trump while he was on the golf course on Sunday. We're hearing a lot about double standards right now, and this is a real face-off, a rhetorical. I hope it stays a rhetorical face-off between the 2 campaigns right now, because both are saying a lot. J.D. Vance with this very long tweet, hundreds of words long, calling out Kamala Harris for suggesting that Donald Trump would mean the end of democracy. He says the gunman acted on those words. But of course, Donald Trump has frequently called Kamala Harris a fascist who would be the end of the country, which sounds a lot like that same line.
Yeah, they both have tried to cast each other as the greatest threat to democracy. The question, I guess, moving forward through the remaining 49 days of this presidential campaign is whether their language and rhetoric might change as a result of heightened threats that we clearly see evident in multiple attempts on the Republican nominee's life.
We turn to Rick Davis and Jeannie Shanzano for insights here. It's not an easy conversation, and it's difficult to tell where we're going, but it's an important moment here in American politics. She is political science professor at Iona University. He is partner at Stone Court Capital. And Jeannie, I'll start with you because J.D. Vance has had the last salvo here, or I guess Donald Trump did last evening in his crypto rollout, talking about the role that Democrats have played in their rhetoric on the campaign trail. But we have to acknowledge both sides here, right?
That's right. And, you know, I wanted to say happy Constitution Day to you guys. It is Constitution Day. And as I'm listening to you go off about politics and American politics today, it's good to remember that it was September 17th that they signed the Constitution in Philadelphia. An important federal day to remember. But, you know, J.D. Vance has, you know, sort of repeated what Donald Trump has been saying on Truth Social. I agree that, you know, this rhetoric, we've heard it, it's intensified on both sides. And I think one of the stunning things is what a big difference this is from what happened after the first shooting attempt on Donald Trump when, you know, the Harris campaign took some of their ads off of the air. Donald Trump talked about having a reawakening, and there was much more talk about unity. Perhaps it's because we don't see the shot, we don't see a video. Perhaps it's because the gunman never got a shot off. It's hard to say why. Perhaps it's because we're fewer days now until the election. But none of that has happened this time. Both sides, the rhetoric has been pretty tough. And it is problematic for people who want the option to listen to these candidates and to make up their minds about who they're going to vote. You want them to tamp it down, but we don't see any sign of that when we look at what they're saying in these states.
Well, and Jeannie, as you remind us that it's Constitution Day, it also is National Voter Registration Day. And Rick, as we consider those who may be deciding whether or not they want to partake in the political democratic process of this republic that was formed by the Constitution this time around, does the type of language we're seeing from the candidates who are their choices reinforce this idea that this is a process someone should want to participate in? Who is drawn in by this kind of dialogue?
Well, we've been in a political environment for some time now where activists have sort of taken control of the messages, and activists are much more divisive in their rhetoric than sort of everyday voters, unaligned voters, voters who see it as their civic duty to participate in elections or just have a particular point of view that they want to see implemented in Congress or the White House. And so this kind of activism inside politics has really been, I think, a very negative thing, both on the Republican side and the Democratic side. I had moments of optimism when Oprah Winfrey stands at the Democratic convention and starts talking about joy. Well, we've come a long way since that convention talking about joy. And I think it would actually behoove both campaigns that are pretty much stuck where they are for now, in trying something different, and maybe some uplifting, positive rhetoric about the future of our country and the incredible capability that the American people possess to create change. Get out of the way of a good electorate and let them think about something positive for a change rather than the petty rhetoric that we see being thrown around today.
Well, we do appreciate the spirit of that message, Rick. The fact of the matter is here, Jeannie, the situation in Springfield, Ohio, continues to deteriorate. Governor DeWine is sending state police into the town today, a contingent of 36 troopers. We now count more than 30 bomb threats against schools. A local university there, as we were discussing earlier, Wittenberg, had already moved to all remote classes this week and has now canceled all home and away athletic events this week. Donald Trump says he's going to go to Springfield. Should Kamala Harris as well?
No, I don't think either one of them should go. I think they should listen to the Republican governor, DeWine. I think they should listen to the mayor. These are people who have begged them to tone down the rhetoric because, as you're just talking about, the real life implications on people in that town or city, people who work there, people who live there, it is very disruptive to their lives. I mean, you have people who have been scared to go outside, who have been scared to go around in the city, who feel that they may be under attack. You have threats of violence and bombings. This is no way to live. If we want to have a discussion about immigration, and we should, it shouldn't have to be on the backs of lies to get attention on the issue. And so this is where I don't think Kamala Harris should go there, and I don't think Donald Trump should go. But of course, Joe, I'm not sure he's going to listen to me either. So I may just be talking into the wind here.
Well, Jeannie, as we discussed where Kamala Harris should go, I also wonder where you think the vice president should go today in her conversation with the National Association of Black Journalists. It was, of course, an NABJ conference interview that Donald Trump took part in where things got combative and he questioned her racial identity, whether she was an Indian or Black American, if she was just switching between the two as it suited her. She hasn't really wanted to engage in that conversation. She did touch on it perhaps a bit more on the debate stage than we've seen her do in the weeks since he first said those things. But is she going to be able to avoid that in this conversation in a similar forum today, or does she need to address it head on?
You know, I think if she's asked, she can address it. But to your point, Kaylee, she has really steered away from identity politics. And I think in this election and in this election environment, she should focus on issues that matter to people. That is economic security, that is their safety, that is jobs, that is inflation. You know, you've been talking a lot, obviously, about what's going to be happening tomorrow. The calendar is so important for the Harris campaign. Tomorrow can be a very good day for them. And if I was her or I was advising her, I would say, focus on the economy and talk about what you're going to do to address the high cost of living. That is the #1 concern people have, along with inflation. And tomorrow may be a very good day for you to underscore the work that the Biden campaign or the Biden White House has done and what you plan to do differently going forward. So I think that's much more important than the identity politics. But she may get asked to respond, certainly, to what Donald Trump said in that when he was talking to that group, you know, a few months ago.
With that said, Rick, Politico is reporting that both running mates, Tim Walz and J.D. Vance, will address the Business Roundtable this week. J.D. Vance or spokesperson has confirmed that'll be Thursday morning. We're waiting to hear about the Walz address. This is pretty interesting. An important group here, of course. We talked earlier when Donald Trump and Joe Biden were addressing that group. Of course, Joe Biden sent a surrogate. They originally invited Kamala Harris. She's decided to send her running mate instead. Is that wise?
You know, I mean, you don't want your principal, Kamala Harris, basically doing an opposite speech with a vice presidential running mate of Donald Trump. The reality is Donald Trump did this and was highly unsuccessful, you know, by all measures from the participants who came out saying that they couldn't really even understand what he was talking about. Yeah, no, I don't think it's that big a deal. They don't really have a constituency, maybe money, but I'm pretty confident that by now both campaigns have mined that that money opportunity within the participants there pretty well. But I do think it's very worthy of her time to make statements and speeches about the economy. We're not home free. There's an opportunity even this week with the Fed's decision on rates to maybe have some wind at her back. And frankly, I'd want to be there beforehand, not after the fact, talking about how you know, the economy's improving and interest rates have the potential of coming down. So I'm actually surprised she wouldn't use an opportunity like this to at least do something, regardless of whether it's with the members of the roundtable or somewhere in a targeted state that that obviously has been affected by high inflation.
All right, Rick Davis, Stonecourt Capital partner, and Jeannie Shanzano of the Center for the Study of the Presidency and Congress. Thank you both so much for joining us, our Bloomberg Politics contributor, signature political panel, especially for teasing ahead to tomorrow's big event, the Fed decision, the only time we could see a rate cut prior to the November election.
That'll be right around this time tomorrow. We're handing things over to special coverage. Stay with us. A lot more ahead on Balance of Power. This is Bloomberg.
7:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks struggling ahead of tomorrow's Fed rate decision. Traders split on the size of a central bank cut. We've got the S&P right now lower, little change, down 6. Was moving higher for much of the morning, but by afternoon turned negative, down 0.1%. The key takeaway, little change right now. Dow Industrials down 56, a decline of 0.1%, while Nasdaq higher by 11, a gain there of 0.1%. 10-year ahead of the Fed decision, 3.64%. The 2-year at 3.59%. Gold right now down $17 the ounce. The precious metal at $25.65, retreating from a record. West Texas Intermediate crude catching a bit, up 2%, $71.49 for a barrel of WTI. Sam's Club is hiking its pay for hourly retail workers, a move to attract employees and compete better against its rivals. The club chain owned by Walmart says store employees' starting wages in the U.S. will increase to $16 from $15. Walmart shares today trading lower. Right now, Walmart down by 2.8%. Again, recapping, S&P lower, little change, down now by about 0.2%. For on-demand news, 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. Balance of Power continues. Back we go to Washington. Once again, your hosts, Joe Matthew and Kaylee Lyons.
All right, Charlie Pellet in New York. Thank you so much. Taking a look at the latest market action that, of course, you can read all about on the Bloomberg terminal. But interestingly, one of the most read stories on the Bloomberg terminal in the last several hours pertains to what has happened today in the Middle East, specifically in Lebanon, where officials are now accusing Israel of orchestrating an attack that has killed several people and injured nearly 3,000 others across the country when their pagers exploded. Joe, this does appear to be a highly sophisticated attack, although Israel itself has not, of course, claimed credit for this. This is just others that are blaming it on Israel, but around 1,500 members of Hezbollah were wounded in these blasts, which of course happened just south of the capital of Beirut.
We spent so much time talking with experts about methods, strategies that Israel might use if there were a concerted retaliatory strike against Hezbollah or the opening of a new front. We've heard about cruise missiles, drones, maybe even boots on the ground, never pagers. Kaylee, this is a story that you wouldn't believe if you saw it in a movie, and we're still getting a sense of the scale of this attack.
Yeah, again, thousands injured, according to authorities in Lebanon. And of course, the use of pagers, in its very nature, this is older technology, right? They aren't using things like cell phones, things that could be easily trackable or more hacked into. So the way in which this potentially all happened is a question that we'll all have to wait the answer to, as we'll have to await whether or not this is something that could be seen as escalatory by Hezbollah or by, of course, Iran, Hezbollah being a proxy of Iran. So we want to get some answers to our questions now and turn to Natasha Hall. She is Senior Fellow with the Middle East Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies and is joining us once more here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Natasha, welcome back. This is kind of you have to read about it and see the video to even believe this really happened. But what do you think about the nature of these attacks on Hezbollah and whether or not this is the kind of thing that would cause Hezbollah to strike back?
Well, this is certainly the kind of thing that would cause Hezbollah to strike back. I mean, this was quite unprecedented. We're talking about 2,800 injuries right now, 200 critically wounded. We have blasts as far as Syria. And even the Iranian ambassador to Lebanon was injured. So it certainly harkens the notion that there might be some kind of escalatory attack for this quite embarrassing, to be honest, attack on Hezbollah operatives throughout the country in Lebanon and in Syria. It's unprecedented. I don't think we've ever seen anything quite like this before. And as you mentioned, pagers are actually an old technology that Hezbollah operatives were encouraged to use because they are less hackable, less traceable. And so, we're all wondering sort of how Israel could have gotten into these pagers if they had infiltrated the supply chain, which would suggest even a kind of psychological operation on Hezbollah, where they will be highly suspicious of partners and members within their communities.
Pretty remarkable. Lebanon's telecom minister, Johnny Korm, suggesting the batteries on these devices likely overheated. He's calling it foul play, and Lebanon was quick to blame Israel, as we've been reporting. Would we expect Israel to take credit if that's in fact true?
I doubt Israel will take credit, but we do know that just yesterday they had accused Hezbollah of potentially assassinating a high-ranking Israeli military official. So this could have potentially been retaliation for that. But in all likelihood, this was a long way of planning something. These devices, this would have taken a great deal of intelligence work for months in advance.
Well, and it has been months now, Natasha, that we've been braced, waiting to see if Hezbollah was going to try to strike Israel directly, or Iran for that matter, for the assassination of Hezbollah commander earlier this summer, and then, of course, the subsequent killing of Hamas's former political leader in Tehran just days later. Is this likely to bring forward the timeline with which Iran or Hezbollah would consider that retaliatory strike actually taking shape? Because to this point, they've kept the world waiting.
It is possible, although, I mean, I think Hezbollah is significantly weakened right now. I mean, there are hundreds in hospitals right now. So physically and psychologically, they've been weakened as well. That said, again, this is quite an embarrassing attack on Hezbollah. And so they would be pushed, I think, to do something in response. What I would say is the most immediate fear for probably U.S. officials is that they were struggling to get a deal on the table between Lebanon and Israel to really demilitarize the border area there in return for some kind of economic package for Lebanon, which has been struggling for a long time. And I doubt that deal is going anywhere anytime soon.
There's just a headline crossing the terminal now from Agence France Presse that you mentioned that Iran's ambassador to Lebanon was wounded in the pager explosion. This all happens as Antony Blinken sets off on his 10th journey to the region since October 7th. He's going to be in Cairo, we understand. And as Israel sends the message to Amos Hochstein, representing the Biden administration, that there is only a military solution to the north, should Blinken be going to Israel on this trip? So far, he's not scheduled to.
So far, he is not scheduled to, and it's a good point that you make about Amos Hochstein, who just 24 hours ago was warning both Israel and Lebanon not to escalate the situation into a wider war. Blinken is scheduled to meet with primarily Egyptian and Qatari officials to get a new deal on the table to present to Hamas and Israel. But the administration is being very quiet about these talks now. They've sort of shifted strategy from being very, very public a couple of months ago about a potential ceasefire deal. And that tells me that they are, sort of not even cautiously optimistic, but they are hoping to be able to move forward on some kind of ceasefire deal. But it doesn't seem to be in the offing at the moment.
So, in other words, Natasha, the longer this takes, which it's been months and months and months now, the less likely it is that it ultimately comes to fruition. I just wonder, at what point, with a presidential election in the U.S. 49 days away, they just say, all right, well, this administration has given it their best shot, but it's going to be up to the next president now.
I think that's what Netanyahu's calculus is exactly. And I think it's been his calculus not just now, but maybe even a couple of months or 3 months ago, essentially waiting for the next U.S. administration. It's no surprise to anyone that Netanyahu traditionally, at least in the past decade, has been supporting Republican presidential nominees and likely doesn't want to give Kamala Harris a win prior to the election. And he also has his own domestic political issues to deal with. So as much as he can push this out, probably the better for him.
To what extent is our election, if at all, here in the U.S. playing into these negotiations? There's obviously a desire by some, including Benjamin Netanyahu, I think, to work with Donald Trump. And there are still some questions about the approach that Kamala Harris might take if she wins the White House. How do you see that dynamic?
Yeah, that's exactly my point. I think that Prime Minister Netanyahu does not want to give a Democratic nominee the win and would probably prefer a President Trump. And giving them a ceasefire is a win for this administration. But it's also a loss for him in the immediate term. And so I think he's going to continue to try to push this out as much as he possibly can, which is one of the reasons, frankly, the administration was prioritizing this Lebanon-Israel deal. But now that also seems to be in critical condition as well.
Well, and as we consider the different relationships here, Lebanon and Israel, obviously Hamas and Israel and the ongoing ceasefire negotiations, and Iran itself, it raises the question of the other countries in the Middle East. Joe made the point here that Antony Blinken, the Secretary of State, is specifically not going to Israel on this trip. He's instead going to Egypt, one of the mediators, along with Qatar. How should we be thinking about the evolution of their roles here if the U.S. is in question because of the election and the knowledge that the next president will not be Joe Biden?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. I mean, Egypt is being heavily rewarded for its active diplomacy. It's going to have to be instrumental in any kind of peace agreement or ceasefire deal, as one of the sticking points is the Philadelphia corridor, which is along the border of Gaza, the Gaza Strip, and Egypt. And the administration has also said that it will unlock a major aid deal to Egypt that it had been blocking because of human rights abuses. So Egypt has certainly, become more of a priority as these negotiations have gone on, in recognition that they will be very, very important moving forward.
I have to ask you about what's happening elsewhere in the region with regard to Iraq. And I bring this up today because the Iraqi Prime Minister, Mohammed Shia al-Sudani, sat down with Bloomberg TV and had a message to send that it's time for American soldiers to leave, remembering there are 2,500 left who were put there to fight ISIS. Iraq is a different place now than it was, obviously, at the end of major combat operations and in 2014 when the fight against ISIS happened. How should the U.S. receive that message from Iraq?
We've been hearing this message for years now, and typically those who are close to Iran, the prime ministers that are close to Iran, reiterate this message over and over again. But what they say publicly and what they say privately tends to be different. And oftentimes prime ministers do actually want U.S. forces to stay for stability reasons. That said, obviously the pressure is accelerating to get U.S. forces out of Iraq and even out of Syria. But I do think that there are security obstacles to that, as we've seen in the past few months, with Iranian proxy forces really upping the ante in both Syria and Iraq. And we also have ISIS exponentially increasing their attacks in Syria compared to 2023. So the threat is not gone, but the pressure remains, of course, from Sudani for U.S. forces to withdraw.
Yeah. The threat is not gone. Natasha Hall, it's great to see you again, Natasha. Thank you for your time. Senior Fellow at the Middle East Program, Center for Strategic and International Studies here on Balance of Power. Let's get a taste, Kaylee, of that conversation. It's an important message again. The Iraqi Prime Minister al-Sudani speaking exclusively with Bloomberg TV and radio.
Today, Iraq in 2024 is not the same as Iraq of 2014. We have defeated Daesh with our sacrifices and the Iraqi people's position from all of its components and factions, and with the support of the international community and friends, and we do appreciate that. We found that the justifications ended, and there is no longer a need for a coalition of 86 countries. We moved from a period of wars to a period of stability. Daesh doesn't pose a threat to the state. It may be part of the security challenges like drug trade and criminal offenses. It's at that level. It's not equal to Daesh now. A group of terrified people hiding in caves, in the desert, in the mountains, and a real threat to security and stability. Based on this vision and evaluation, we initiated a conversation with our friends in the international coalition, and it was honest and included more discussions on various levels, and was culminated with my visit to Washington, D.C., and talking to President Biden. We formed a joint committee in August of 2023 between military commanders to start the conversation, and in fact, the committee reached an understanding to arrange for that withdrawal.
Again, that was the Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani speaking exclusively with Bloomberg TV in Baghdad on Sunday, a conversation you will only find here on Bloomberg TV and radio as we can continue to watch geopolitics all around the world and consider how they factor into this election cycle, as we're now less than 50 days out from this election. And of course, we'll have more conversation around that coming up on the late edition of Balance of Power.
Yeah, we do it every day here, 5 p.m. Eastern Time. We'll meet you back here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Bloomberg Business Week is next with a lot more on the markets. We'll check back with you in a couple of hours with much more. I'm Joe Matthew with Kaylee Lyons on Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
With the two-day Federal Reserve meeting officially underway, this is Bloomberg Business Week live on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television. I'm David Guerrero with Bailey Lipschultz here in New York. Tim Stenivek is off this week. Carol Masser is at the Future Proof Festival in Huntington Beach, California. We're going to catch up with Carol a little later this hour. We'll hear who she's been talking to, who she's got teed up for interviews later in the show. But first, focus on the Fed. Policymakers, of course, widely expected to cut interest rates this week I'm going to guess there is a spirited debate around that big table in the Eccles building at the Fed's headquarters about the size of that cut. Mike McKee is going to join us, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent, along with Stephen Skanke. He's the chief economic advisor at Keel Point. And then we're going to talk a bit about the market's expectations as well. And with our colleague Max Abelson, who's going to introduce us to Donald Trump's banker, the subject of Max's latest profile. But first, let's go to Bloomberg's Charlie Pellet for a Bloomberg Business Flash. Charlie.
Hi, thank you very much, David Gura. We have got the Dow, the S&P. They are both in the red right now. NASDAQ holding on to a gain of 23, up by about 0.1%. Bottom line here, stocks are struggling near records ahead of the Fed rate decision tomorrow. Traders split on the size of the central bank cut. That's coming up 24 hours from now. And, of course, complete coverage on Bloomberg television and radio. Here's where we stand. S&P little changed, down 1 point right now, 56.31. We've got the Dow lower by 8, down now by just about 0.1%. NASDAQ up 26 for the NASDAQ Composite Index, a gain right now of just about 0.2%. 10-year 3.64% with a 2-year that's now yielding 3.59%. Spot gold down $11 the ounce, tumbling by 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil WTI up 1.7%, 71.32 for a barrel of West Texas Intermediate crude. Retail sales in the U.S. unexpectedly rose in August, supported by online purchases that masked more mixed results at other merchants. Among retailers today, Amazon shares, they're up 1.1%, truly a mixed picture, with Walmart right now down 2.5%, Macy's up 0.5%, Target, meanwhile, trading lower by 0.6%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks very much. David Gura here with Bailey Lipschultz, filling in for Tim Stenivek and Carol Masser on Bloomberg Business Week. Today and tomorrow, Federal Reserve policymakers are meeting in Washington, and I'll note this is the last meeting on the Fed's calendar before the U.S. election in November. The next meeting on that calendar kicks off the day after Election Day on November the 6th. Tomorrow at 2 o'clock Wall Street time, the Fed is expected to announce it's cutting rates, maybe by a 0.25 percentage point, maybe by a half if some Democratic senators were to get their way by more than that. We're going to have to wait and see what the verdict is. Joining us now is Stephen Skanke, the Chief Economic Advisor at Keel Point. Steve used to work in the Treasury Department and was a staffer at the National Security Council. Steve, it's the parlor game of everyone's choice today, 25 or 50. I'd love to hear what your guess is, educated as it may be, what you think the Fed's going to do tomorrow.
Well, my best guess, well, first, thanks for having me on. It's great to be with you, David and Bailey. My best guess is that it's going to be 25 basis points, as your team just announced. We had better than expected August retail sales and better than expected August manufacturing. So there's nothing to suggest that the economy is flailing. We also had the unemployment number fall back to 4.2%. For August, and while there's clearly weakness in the job market, and the Fed is concerned about getting too far behind the curve on that, it still looks pretty good, so as not to warrant doing something that probably would spook markets if the Fed did a full 0.5% cut.
Well, that would be my question, Steve. What is the driver for a 50 basis point cut? A week ago, the swaps market was implying about a 25% chance of 50 basis points. Now we're at about 55%. So what is the market? What are market participants reading into that are making them, I guess, more optimistic or looking for a jumbo rate cut?
Well, they're trying to perceive whether the Fed thinks that it is too far behind the curve. We had no cut in July. At the end of July, some thought that they should have cut. Then there was what was a weak July jobs number, and the unemployment rate bumped up to 4.3, and there was a lot of angst about that. And the question is, even with the revisions to June and July data, is the situation in the job market as dire as some seem to think it might be coming when we had the July jobs numbers in August.
Steve, I'd love to ask you just about framing and I guess the way in which this decision is going to be framed. pulling back a little bit the way future decisions might be framed in light of who gets elected come November the 5th. But I think there was this kind of chorus of people saying over these last few weeks, if we get a jumbo cut, it's going to be a sign that the Fed is panicking, that there's some feeling there that it missed the ball, didn't cut rates as soon as it should have. How do policymakers deal with that, the kind of chorus of skepticism surrounding this? And then as I kind of pull back again, looking toward the election, this fear that the Fed might be seen as political, even if we hear over and over again from, I think you could say, an increasingly irritated Jay Powell, these allegations that this fiercely independent, historically independent entity is somehow political or doing something because of the political currents that we're seeing right now.
Well, of course, that's part of the challenge, too, to think that they're being responsive to the political currents. On the other side of it, they don't want to do something, even if they thought that a half percent cut was justifiable. What does that signal in view of the positive economic data that we've just had, both with unemployment going down, good jobs, good retail sales and manufacturing? On the other side of it, you have Governor Waller, who's been an advocate of making your first increase a significant one to capture not only the attention of the economic impact, but also the forward guidance aspect of it, and likewise on the cutting side, to have the first cut be a more dynamic cut, and so they're going to wrestle with that. They were, the minutes showed that they were actually sort of on the borderline as to whether they would cut at their end of July meeting. They decided not to, and that decision was fine. And then they had all of this second guessing that happened after that. So it's a tough decision for them. But as they parse through that, I think they also understand that a 0.5% cut would do what you just suggested, and that is signal that they know something that isn't otherwise known in the markets, and as a result, the situation is more dire than was otherwise thought, and what that would do to the markets and concerns and the impact on the political system.
And Steve, you mentioned Christopher Waller. Bloomberg has a story out this morning. Waller, seen as a potential Fed chair, won't welcome Trump's input that Christopher Waller may be the most confirmable candidate in a second Trump term. What do you make of the prospects of Waller as Fed chair?
It comes down to if Donald Trump is reelected to the presidency, we know from when he was there before. He thinks that everyone should do what he asks them to do, whether they're the head of an independent agency whose independence is managed by the Congress, not by the White House, although the president has the ability to appoint governors and appoint the chair from among governors. Waller has done a lot of study on the importance of the independence of the Fed. And as you look back over the years, and part of my time in government was working for a former Fed chair when he became Secretary of the Treasury. And even when he moved over to the Treasury and was advising the president, he was always adamant that the Fed needs to be independent. Otherwise, it loses the confidence of the market. And once it loses the confidence of the market, then its ability to move markets, to have an impact on the economy, to either stimulate growth or restrain growth and inflation is mitigated, and it becomes less effective. So Donald Trump would have to decide, does he want someone who will do the right thing as he listens to what Trump says, or does he want to put someone out there who may not get confirmed? As was the case in his first administration, when he was promoting people for the Fed who Congress, including Republicans who crossed over to oppose his nominations, wouldn't confirm, because they thought that they were purely people that he wanted to have there and didn't measure up in terms of credentials to what the Congress thought ought to be there.
Steve, let me ask you lastly, there's so much focus here on the decision itself, what the size of that cut's going to be tomorrow, but we are going to get that summary of economic projections tomorrow, the infamous dot plot that's going to give us some indication, some sense of what these policymakers are thinking in terms of how many cuts there might be this year, how big those cuts might be. As you look over that, as your finger kind of runs over those lines and looks at those dots, what do you think you're going to be able to divine? What are you going to be most focused on when we get that part of this release tomorrow from the Federal Reserve?
Well, I think their outlook on inflation would be really important. You know, right now, the core personal consumption expenditures deflator is below already what they had thought, where they thought it would be at the end of the year. So they're behind on that. Inflation has come down more quickly than they thought. And even though there's resistance on the housing side of things, inflation has come down, and energy prices are down, gasoline prices are down. And are they going to reflect that when they give their outlook for inflation? And then on the interest rate cut side, they've been all over on that. And Fed funds futures and the general consensus is that either by the end of the year or by the January meeting, interest rates will have come down a full percentage point. And so the question is, by the end of 2025, will they be down 2 full percentage points or 2.5 percentage points? That's really where the markets are interested. Whether it's 0.5% now and 0.25% in November and December is probably less impactful on markets once they get over the spooking that 0.5% would be. But they really want to know, where is the Fed going to go and where does the Fed want them to understand they're going to go? So I think that the summary of economic projections this time, the update, will probably be just as important as the decision that they make on interest rates.
Steve, thank you very much. As always, that's Stephen Skanke, the Chief Economic Advisor at Keel Point, formerly of the Treasury Department and the National Security Council. Bailey, talking about the market impact and what Wall Street's looking for in those numbers tomorrow.
Yeah, that's certainly what the economic picture is shaping up, 25, 50, as you mentioned, maybe 75. But now let's talk about what's going on with the equities market. And we do that right now with Bloomberg News market correspondent Abigail Doolittle for more on today's trade. Abby, stocks are essentially unchanged. S&P's about 0.5% from an all-time high. What are investors kind of baking in, just given the S&P is up for 7 straight days and on the doorstep, or at least at one point was at a new record high?
Well, it's interesting because we do have the S&P 500 up for a 7th day in a row if it can hang on to this fractional gain right now. The NASDAQ 100, on the other hand, has been down for the last 2 days if it hangs on to a fractional decline. And this is really symbolic of what's happening between these two indexes since mid-July. The NASDAQ 100 still down about 7%, the S&P 500 trying to flirt with an all-time high. That is a long way of saying I think that a lot of this meeting is priced in, and it's certainly priced in with the 2-year yield down about 140 basis points since the springtime. So whether it's 25 basis points or 50 basis points, I'm not so sure that it matters relative to what the market has already, again, moved on in anticipation. I think that what could be very important is going to be what do they say ahead in terms of what our last guest was just talking about, the future economic projections. That could be just as important. What will the path be that Powell lays out in terms of future rate cuts? I'm looking at WIRP right now, World Interest Rate Probability, on the Bloomberg terminal, and it's stunning to me. By this time next year, we're supposed to be below 3%, which is it's really incredible to me, only from the standpoint that in the real world, at least in my own real world, inflation is still there. Yeah. Every time I go to the grocery store, I'm dropping, $100 and $150.
Well, the Fed excludes fuel and energy and food.
Yeah, so they have this really interesting balancing act between the job market, which I suppose you could say is showing a little bit of a wobble, and then these real life inputs. But if they lower rates to this degree, there's a housing market that I'm pretty familiar with in upstate New York. A couple of years ago, you could have bought a 4-bedroom house for, let's say, $300,000. Now it's more than $1 million.
Wow.
And it's still, yes, wow is right, wow. And it's still ahead of, it's on mortgage rates at 7. If the implied rate goes down to 3, we have an affordability crisis in housing. what's going to happen? I believe they have to have this on their mind. So to me, it's still a bit of a head scratcher that we're looking to cut it all. Some people who I was reading the work of a prior Federal Reserve advisor earlier today saying that rates are still relatively high. Well, you know, if you go back prior to the GFC, we're below those rates. We're actually relatively low. I mean, if you cut out the time period between the GFC and now, rates are actually historically low. So there's different ways of looking at this. I think that their commentary is going to be really important for stock investors because these ranges that we're seeing in the Apples, in the Nvidias, even in the Microsofts of the world, it speaks to the uncertainty. On the other hand, the month of September, you have tech down 2%, but you have all these other sectors higher. So we're seeing this rotation that's preventing, you know, one of the horrible Septembers.
You bring up Microsoft, and we have this news I wanted to ask you about today. That is a sizable 10% quarterly dividend, and now this kind of massive stock buyback as well. Help us understand what's going on there. Then if we have a couple minutes here, I'd love to ask you just what we're seeing with Intel as well. This is a company that's been on the ropes for a while now, and we're seeing it kind of bounce back on the heels of some news today also.
So Matt Miller and I were talking about this earlier with Microsoft. We're both a little bit surprised by, the fact that the stock's not up more. Now it's up 0.9%. At that time, it was up 2%. But the other thing that's surprising, on the year, it's up about 10%. This year feels like it's a banner year for tech stocks. For NVIDIA, yes, that is the case even off of its highs, but some of these other big tech stocks, not so much. So I would interpret that. I think a lot of folks would interpret the idea that they're doing this big buyback and dividend as quote unquote financial engineering. They're trying to please investors. However, this consolidation area that really is showing up in all of these charts, basically, up, down between the bulls and the bears, speaks to that uncertainty. It suggests that investors really want to see growth in terms of the financials, not just the financial engineering. Intel, it's nice that they have 2 days of positive news after, such a...
Many weeks of negative news.
Such a difficult year, down 60%. Yesterday, of course, the ability to produce chips for the military. Today, this announcement that they won Amazon's AWS as a customer, that they're going to be creating this custom chip around AI together. They're calling it a quote-unquote fabric chip. That stock having a nice day for sure, up more than 5%.
Abigail, great to see you. Abigail Doolittle is markets correspondent for Bloomberg News. You can follow her on X, the Chartress. You can find her analysis throughout the day on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television, talking a bit about tech stocks in particular, as the backdrop to all of that, of course, is what the Federal Reserve is going to decide tomorrow at the end of its two-day meeting in Washington. Highly anticipated decision from the Fed, and as we've been talking about here, also scheduled to give us some information about what policymakers are thinking about the future as well. Coming up, our colleague Max Abelson introduces us to Gregory Garrabrand, CEO of Axos Financial, and Donald Trump's banker, someone who has extended a financial lifeline to the former president when others have shied away. We'll also check in with Carol Masser, who's in California today. This is Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio.
2:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks struggling near records. The Dow, little change right now, down by 1 point. S&P 500 index fluctuating between gains and losses, also little change, up now by about 1 point. NASDAQ holding on to a 25-point gain, up by about 0.1%. Traders split on the size of a rate cut ahead of the Fed rate decision this time tomorrow. We've got NASDAQ 100 index trading lower, also little change, down less than 0.1%. 10-year 3.64%, the 2-year 3.59%. Gold down $13 the ounce, $25.69, down 0.5%. While West Texas Intermediate crude oil up now by 1.5%, $71.17 per barrel of WTI. Microsoft is raising its quarterly dividend, and it has unveiled a new $60 billion stock buyback program, matching the size of a repurchase plan 3 years ago. Microsoft shares, they're gaining now by about 1%. Again, recapping, stocks are now higher. Bottom line, though, little change with the S&P up by 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Charlie, thanks very much. David Gura here with Bailey Lipschultz, filling in for Tim Stenivek and Carol Masser. We're going to catch up with Carol a little bit later. She's in California for a conference. In profile after profile, our next guest has introduced us to, or helped us better understand, the men and women and businesses in Donald Trump's sprawling orbit. Max Abelson's latest piece is about Gregory Garabrandt, who is now Donald Trump's banker. Garabrandt is the head of Axos Financial, which helped Trump refinance a $100 million loan on Trump Tower when other banks would not. And as Max writes, Axos became known for commercial real estate, mortgages to foreigners, and what it calls exception-based lending. That seems to have paid off for the bank and for Garabrandt, who is one of Wall Street's best-paid CEOs. But as Max writes, the bank now faces a reckoning. Max Abelson joins us now here in studio in New York. Max, how did Axos, how did Greg Garabrandt come to do business with the Trump organization? How did this lifeline get extended?
Well, first of all, thank you for that warm introduction. And when you say the word reckoning, it just sounds so much more interesting than when I say the word reckoning, I think. But Garabrandt is I really enjoyed getting to understand him as a person, an executive, and for me as a character. You know, if you remember just a few years ago, well, after January 6th, Donald Trump was essentially practically a pariah in financial capitalism.
Persona non grata.
The big banks were not willing to lend with him. And don't forget, the big banks had basically been through this once before with him. When his companies went bankrupt in the early 90s, a lot of banks basically locked arms and said, we're not going to come back to you. And in fact, Deutsche Bank, Donald Trump sued Deutsche Bank, or maybe possibly vice versa, and they still ended up working together. But that really changed after the Capitol riots, and he was left in a financial landscape where he was going to need more money, or at least rather, loans were coming due, and he was going to need to find new ways of borrowing if he wanted to refinance. And he didn't seem there were a lot of banks unwilling to do that. Enter Greg Garabrandt, who, I don't know if you two had heard of him or had heard of Axos. It's a relatively small bank. Even people who are savvy about finance wouldn't necessarily know that name.
He's looking at Bailey for the record.
I'm looking. I only know because of Hindenburg. That's right. I was looking Bailey dead in the eyes. But Axos was a really interesting candidate to lend to Trump for a couple of reasons. One is they've been savvy lenders in commercial real estate, which is Trump's business, don't forget. And another reason is that they have had this pattern of being willing to lend to people who, maybe their circumstances are a little hairy. Maybe there's something interesting. The way they would say it is that, look, they turn down customers that other banks would say yes to, Greg Garabrandt said to me, but they absolutely have a pattern of, I'm thinking of Alex Jones's media company, for example, being willing to lend to people and entities that other people might not. And those two things led to Axos not only doing that Trump Tower deal, but also Doral, which is a really important part of the Trump empire. And if you want to get really into the nitty gritty, they were also involved essentially indirectly in a Trump DC deal. And then the last thing I'll tell you is a guy who has long been a top shareholder of Axos, guy by the name of Don Henke. His company is the one that provided the bond for Trump when he had that massive civil judgment, just a couple months ago.
Well, and this is a company, Max, that has done tremendously in terms of profits, right, ever since he took over. So can you walk us through kind of what it went from, I think your story had like $3 million in profit, to what the empire, at least even though it's being questioned by the likes of Nate Anderson's Hindenburg, how that came to be?
Look, I mean, just as I think it's worth, as a financial journalist, taking really seriously reports like Hindenburg's, I think it's also really important to look at the hard numbers and to give people their flowers when their stock price and their profits and their assets go from nada to something very substantial. And Axos profits have been substantial. Now, you know, I happen to write in my professional career, I tend to write about Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, Citigroup. Axos is not JP Morgan. Axos is not making money like Morgan Stanley. And Greg Garibrand's built a bank that was really, really tiny and extremely obscure into a relatively important bank. I think they're in the top 100. I feel like they might even be closer to the top 50 now, and that's an accomplishment. And he did it by, being a serious real estate lender, and I should point out, doing lots of other kind of businesses too, including mortgages. At a time, it was a great time to be a lender the last decade. The problem, though, is twofold. On the one hand, I think just about everybody expects there to be a serious reckoning with commercial real estate in this country. And then the second thing is he just has a huge amount of skepticism from Hindenburg and others that the numbers can't be trusted, that these metrics are too good to be true. And, so far, Garibrands can point to a stock price and just say, I'm right and you're wrong.
Well, let's just want to call out from the Hindenburg report, the stock's up 26%. It trades under the ticker AX. It's $3.8 billion. So even though Hindenburg set its sights on it and it's pulled back from a recent high, it's still up pretty tremendously.
Listen, I mean, you do have to acknowledge success. And I hope that folks read my story because in a way it is kind of a story about winning and like the desire to win. In fact, actually, Greg Garibrand gave us a quote about that. He said something along the lines of, he likes to win and he likes to win his way. And Hindenburg, I'm sure if Nate, the head of Hindenburg, were here, he would say, let's wait and see. Let's wait and see what happens. In fact, I talked to an analyst who right now is a neutral rating, and he said, look, when the environment gets worse, which I think most people expect it to, then there are going to be some losses. But even then, this neutral analyst doesn't expect huge losses at Axos, and that's all I can say is I'll be following along. I look forward to seeing what happens.
You talk about Mr. Garibrands' desire to win. And I think you refer to his combative confidence in the piece. You haven't been sued yet. I should know. He sues a lot of people. He and the bank sue a lot of people. His preferred weapon seems to be a lawsuit. What did he say to you just about how does he plan to continue to win? So you've laid out very well. I'll say reckoning again since you praised it so well. What he faces, it's the deteriorating commercial real estate sector. It's what these short sellers are saying. Maybe it's just kind of zeitgeist popularity that seems to be fading a bit when you have all these lawsuits. What's his path forward? How does he project that he's going to continue to sort of see profits and the company continue to do well?
Well, I want to be fair to Mr. Garibrands and mention that he said to me, and now this is giving away the last line of my story.
Don't do it.
But I'm going to do it because as a matter of fairness, he said that these are relatively few legal actions and they don't take up too much of my time, he said. And you know what? He said, I'm not overly litigious. You know what he called lawsuits? He said, it's a last resort.
Last resort.
And, I want to say another thing. The story focuses on a bunch of different kinds of fights. And one of the kinds of fights that he has fought is against whistleblowers, internal people. And he said to me, like, look, compared to other companies of our size, we actually have fewer whistleblower complaints than other people. So I think what he would say if he were here, I'm definitely not in the business of putting words in anybody's mouth, but I can synthesize what I've heard from him and say that I think he feels that Axos has been on a terrific path and that he should be staying the course. I think he is excited about new businesses. He did in fact actually tell me that I think that while the bank still wants to lend to like good borrowers inside of commercial real estate, that of course the industry, the last year or two, people have not been borrowing in the same way they were before. So that I believe, I hope I'm being fair to his comments. He said to me, he talked sort of directionally about how he wants to allocate some of that capital to growth businesses. I think he wants to keep growing the bank. I think he wants to keep making money, and he wants to keep seeing that share price go up and up.
Well, I want to talk about, you have in your story about the fact that, according to him, the loans to the Trump organization have a lower than 30% loan to value ratio, and that it's been a model borrower. It feels like the deals typically being struck by Axos aren't with quote unquote model borrowers. So can you kind of explain, I guess, a bit about the deal with the Trump organization and what this says, if anything, about the organization?
Well, you know, it's a little hard to talk about Trump sometimes just because everything about him and even everything about his company just gets so politicized. But if we were to like do a kind of thought experiment and just try amongst ourselves to like zap politics out of it and maybe just talk about the Trump organization as like a kind of borrower, I think that maybe one way of looking at them is that, you know, they're in a relatively dicey business right now. Commercial real estate is a difficult business for everybody, including the very biggest players. And no one quite knows what's going to happen. And so if you're a bank that's in the business of lending to commercial real estate, I think the business that you want to be in is making the kind of loans that protects you even and when things go a little sour. And I think that what Garibrandt is saying when he talks about that loan-to-value ratio, when I interpret it and put it into my you know, more basic, less intelligent, less lingo-y language, is what I interpret that to mean is that he's saying we're protected. That if things go bad a little bit, the way it has been structured and the way we lend is to protect ourselves. I think he's referring to a kind of guardrail that is put up institutionally when they lend to people. And I think he's also saying, you might not like Trump politically. You might not like Alex Jones's company politically. You might not like crypto, but that the way we lend is safe, he would say. And, you know, along the lines of just looking at the numbers, that is how things have turned out so far. Axos has done a competent job of lending. They also have people who are really, really skeptical about that track record and have painted an ominous picture about how things can go in the years to come.
Just a fascinating story, and you kind of talked about all the fights that you focused on. I mean, there's some incredible anecdotes therein, including one where a whistleblower sues the company sues him, sues his girlfriend, I think, sues his mom. Quite delicious. And then on top of that, there's this incredible anecdote just about him and his children's school in California and the threat of a lawsuit. You talk about how he sues, he often pulls those suits back when he gets his way. So anyway, a fascinating story. Max Abelson, finance reporter here at Bloomberg. His latest piece is called Trump's Banker Brawls with Whistleblower, Marxists, and Shorts. You can read Max's story and more from Bloomberg's The Big Take on the Bloomberg and at Bloomberg.com/Big Take. Coming up here on Bloomberg Business Week, as Federal Reserve policymakers review the totality of the data and prepare to make a decision on interest rates tomorrow, we're going to talk about credit with Roberta Goss, Senior Managing Director at Pretium, about where she thinks things are headed when it comes to the credit space. Again, we're seeing markets kind of stall out here ahead of that decision, as is customarily the case. Those policymakers gathered around the table in Washington, hammering it out. Will it be 25 basis points? Will it be 50? Will it be bigger than that? Rest assured, full coverage of that announcement and the press conference to follow right here on Bloomberg Radio and Bloomberg Television and Bloomberg.com.
2:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We are looking at a U.S. stock market that is little changed ahead of a Fed decision and Jay Powell's news conference tomorrow. Right now, the S&P down 1 point. Again, little change, down less than 0.1%. The Dow trading lower by 17 points, down less than 0.1%. NASDAQ up 20. That is a gain right now of just about 0.1%. So the Dow retreating from a record, S&P close to a record, 10-year 3.64%, 2-year 3.58%. Spot gold pulling back from yesterday's record, down $11 the ounce, now down by about 0.5%, 25.70, and West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.8%, 71.36 for a barrel of WTI. J.P. Morgan Chase is in discussions with Apple about taking over a credit card portfolio that rival Goldman Sachs Group has been trying to ditch. Apple shares down 0.1%. J.P. Morgan Chase up by 0.4%. Goldman Sachs lower little change, down by 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Thank you, Charlie. Back here on Bloomberg Business Week, I'm Bailey Lipschultz, filling in alongside David Gura. We will be checking in with Carol Masser from the Future Proof Conference in lovely Huntington Beach, California. In about 10 minutes, David, that's about an hour from where I grew up in Southern California. Good. So pretty jealous of her.
You know it's beautiful.
I know it's beautiful. I know the beach is nice. It's probably nice and refreshing, but we're here in New York in the Bloomberg Business Week studio. David, we spent some time talking about the Fed's decision tomorrow. Markets right now more or less flat. As Charlie had said, a lot of debate, 25 basis points, 50 basis points, and whether or not that's going to kickstart a string of interest rate cuts in the coming months. Lower rates and the expectation for more has helped push equity markets higher, but right now we're joined by Roberta Goss here in the Bloomberg Business Week studio to talk about what this all means for the credit market. She is the head of the bank loan and CLO platform at Pretium. Roberta, thank you so much for joining us. What does the size of the interest rate cut tomorrow mean for the credit markets?
So I think the credit markets are really looking for 25 basis points. If we come in at 50, I think that would be a shock to our market and is certainly not priced in. I think it's our view that we'll have 25 basis points tomorrow with 2 subsequent cuts before the end of the year. I think anything beyond that, and I think the retail numbers we saw this morning really support our view that we're going to be at 25 basis points tomorrow. So no real surprises there.
Just want to ask you about the import of this moment, and I've been thinking a lot just what the impact might be. So you talk about sort of what's baked in terms of kind of investor expectations, but here we are after four years or so, getting the first cut in that amount of time. What does it mean, and sort of what does the impact look like to markets broadly, credit markets included, once that cycle begins, assuming that we're going to get a sense here there will be kind of regular cuts going forward?
Yeah, I think as somebody who's been in the market for a long time, we certainly don't think this is a 1994-95 type of environment. I think this has been well broadcast and should be fairly smooth. I think the market was certainly overestimating what cuts were going to be in the pace of cuts at the beginning of the year. But I think, even the small volatility we had in early August was very short-lived in corporate credit. What we've seen year to date is very strong performance in leverage credit, be it high yield or leverage loans. I think now high yield since August is now outperforming leverage loans by about 1%, but IG has dramatically underperformed. I think what we're really looking for, and it's our view that we've been in a credit cycle now since the beginning of 2023. And by that I mean, we've seen a pickup in defaults. Nothing, no spikes, but we're sitting at sort of with liability management exercises close to 4%, both in 23, and we're expecting something similar this year. The defaults we have seen have really come from secular losers in the markets. And what we're trying to identify now is really indication that we're in more of a cyclical turning point. And we've spent a lot of time really focused on the U.S. consumer and any indications that the consumer's starting to slow down. We've started to see it With auto delinquencies picking up, we've started to see it in credit card delinquencies picking up, but we haven't seen it in mortgages. We're starting to see a little more diversification within the consumer. Some talk about the bifurcated consumer, some talk about the trifurcated consumer, but the prime sort of top earners, still very strong, supported by equity and real estate. But we're starting to see really the middle consumer starting to feel pressured and starting to make value-conscious decisions as they're shopping. And we're starting to see the impact of that within consumer durable, and retail industries.
Well, Roberto, so we're going to get a first rate cut tomorrow. Right now, I'm looking at options. They're pricing in 5 consecutive rate cuts. How does that impact the consumer? Are we going to see consumers start to spend more or take off or pay on more debt? Like, how does that actually play out over really a 6-month period where these things are going to happen?
Yeah, so I think the real question is, we've been higher for longer already. And I think the pace of cuts over the next 6 months, isn't going to drive, in our view, the marginal consumer purchase, but we're starting to see, as I said, pickup in delinquency rates. Nothing outside of the norm we've seen historically, but does this sort of series of cuts try to start to improve the outlook for the consumer? I think we're really playing catch up, though, to a little bit of to some degree, and we'll see that through corporate earnings.
You said it's not 94, 95. As you look at history, are there analogs, moments that are like this? I know there's been some tendency recently to look back on what Alan Greenspan was able to execute when he was running the Fed. He made the elusive soft landing happen here. Anything that you're looking to or taking inspiration from as you try to sort of plot out what these next few months, quarters look like?
Yeah, one of the things we've discussed internally with our teams is just that we view this as a very different cycle.
I see.
And so industries that have historically been defensive, be it healthcare, telecom, cable, have been the major secular decliners over the last 24 months, and for different reasons. And the more, typically cyclical sectors, for the most part, this cycle have outperformed. And so, it's sort of a new playbook, and different in many ways.
And you've been for 30 years, over 30 years, you've been managing high yield leveraged loan CLO investments. You spent more than a decade at Goldman Sachs. How do you view the Fed's mandate kind of going into an election in just over 2 months?
Yeah, I view it as separate from the politics that we're living through and will continue to for the next 60, almost 60 days.
49, but who's counting, right?
But, the dual purpose mandate, I think they've done a very good job of managing. Inflation is now, down substantially. The economy is still, and what we're seeing in our corporate earnings is still a very strong set of numbers. And, but as we continue to go through this cycle, I think, you're starting to see some top line pressure, and the question is it long-lived or not?
That is Roberta Goss. She is the head of the bank loan and CLO platform at Pretium. Thank you so much for talking about what the upcoming Fed decision means for the credit markets, 25, 50. David, as you mentioned, some people in D.C. pushing for 75 basis point cut.
At least the senator from Massachusetts.
At least one person, wrote a nice letter pushing for it. Just going to take a quick check of markets. S&P down 10 points, seeing investors maybe taking some risk off the table ahead of that decision. We will catch up with Carol Masser from the Future Proof Conference in just a few minutes. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
I'm David Gura here in New York with Bailey Lipschultz, filling in for Tim Stenivek and Carol Massar, who is with us now from Huntington Beach, California, in all its beauty, near where Bailey grew up. She's there for the Future Proof Festival with a bunch of great interviews lined up. Carol, it is great to speak with you. And for the uninitiated, we see how beautiful the backdrop is. Our viewers on YouTube see that, on TV see that as well. Tell us a bit about it. Who's there? Who are the speakers? What are you hearing over the course of this conference?
Well, first of all, David, as you know, this is a pretty beautiful part of the country, and Bailey knows since he lived here. It's an area where shorts and flip-flops are really kind of what you wear, and that's what this kind of event is about. It's a financial event, and it's very casual, but in terms of the conversations, Future Proof is really the wealth management ecosystem. So it's a lot of wealth managers, it's a lot of financial advisors. If you've got a financial advisor, there's a good chance they're here or their firm is here, and it's really all about running their businesses, what they need to do to make sure that they're serving investors, their customers really well. But what's interesting in terms of big speakers, Jeff Gundlach, the Ocean Stage is down that way, appropriately named, and he was just up on stage talking about the elections. So that's certainly top of mind. And one of the things he was talking about specifically was about tax policy from both candidates. And as you might expect, had some negative thoughts about both, and also thinking that they just won't ultimately either work out or get passed by Congress. So it was interesting. So elections is definitely a topic. And so that's some of what we're going to be talking about over the next couple of hours. Just top of mind like you guys are doing. And I'm guessing you've been talking a little bit about the Fed too, right?
Just a small amount of Fed coverage here ahead of that decision tomorrow.
Just a little bit. Yeah, we're going to, you know, what's interesting here is I would say that there's almost a pulling back a little bit about expectations around Fed policy. Maybe we don't get 100 basis points. And I know folks like Bill Dudley, former head of the New York Fed, has been saying, wait, you know, Fed's behind the curve. Let's do 50 basis points. Let's get it out of the way. But there are some that are saying that maybe we won't get that even in 2024, won't get that full percentage point because the economy's not coming undone. Earnings are still growing. And that's maybe a good thing that we're not in recession, at least not yet. And maybe more cuts are a story of 2025. So we're going to talk about that as well. I will point out we're going to have Jan van Eck on, who is somebody, Van Eck Funds, they have been around since the 1950s, really brought international investing to a lot of investors. He's going to join us in the next hour. We'll talk to him about the global markets, where he sees plays, but he's also very much interested in the digital world. They've got a Bitcoin ETF, so we'll see what he has to say about that. So it's kind of, you know, the old and the new in terms of some of the subjects that come up around here.
All right, Carol, the real question I have, whenever I go to California, I either immediately get In-N-Out or I get tacos. Have you had both, and what is on the, I guess, on the menu?
I've had neither. I've had a lot of room service because, you know, how we roll here at Bloomberg. You kind of get in, you do a bunch of work, you do a show, and I'm getting a flight at 4:30 local time, so I'm kind of out of there. But I've had some decent food, some seafood, a little seafood linguine a couple nights. That was pretty lovely. And I did take a nap on the beach the first day I got here, and so I got a little bit of sun. But there's definitely a mode. I mean, you know, California, you would think just walking around here that everything is awesome. Everybody seems pretty upbeat, casual. Some folks here who are at the conference brought their families. So you would not, you know, some of the concerns that come up on the campaign trail, rightfully so, not necessarily hearing a ton about that, although we do hear about some of the gaps between the haves and have-nots, but it does feel pretty upbeat here.
Carol Massar resting up before a few more hours of Bloomberg Business Week to come. She's there at the Future Proof Festival in Huntington Beach, California with us. She said a ton of great interviews lined up, and I'll be listening to those eagerly. Bailey, before we go, I just wanted to flag, you know, every year Bloomberg Business Week does this list survey ranking of top MBA programs, and you know, obviously other places do them. Everyone has its own criteria. I think Business Weeks is so interesting just in terms of what they're focusing on. They're looking at compensation, learning, networking, entrepreneurship. They're looking at kind of the environment on campus for students as well. And I saw here Stanford, Graduate School of Business, topping that list once again, pretty close to the Booth School at Chicago as well. But again, just flagging here, I think a fascinating look at something a lot of people are considering, and there's some great commentary around on the Bloomberg and Bloomberg.com just about who's going to business school these days. I admit I don't have an MBA. Haven't taken that leap and done it, but well worth checking out just to see sort of who makes the top of that list this year.
No, and to your point, it's really interesting. The graphics are so cool because they have the overall score, as you mentioned, Stanford's first, but they break it down, as you mentioned, compensation, entrepreneurship, networking, and when you look at it, there's a 10-point difference between Stanford and Chicago, which finished second Chicago's booth, in entrepreneurship. And obviously that probably plays into the fact that you're in and around the Silicon Valley, but it does kind of speak to when you're a student or prospective student picking or selecting your MBA program, you got to take a lot of things into kind of consideration in whether or not it's entrepreneurship versus networking or overall compensation on the back end.
Check it out on the Bloomberg or at Bloomberg.com, and buried down at the bottom is what I think is the greatest part of this, and that is, what will your return on investment be? What is the ROI on that degree that you could get from one of these business schools? You know, you put in what you're looking for, what you hope to get out of it. Computer does its work, spits something back out at you, but check it out. This has been Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio. David Gurr with Bailey Lipschultz in for Tim Stenivek, who's off this week, and Carol Masser, who's at that Future Proof Festival in California. She's going to take things from here as we look ahead to that Fed meeting tomorrow and the decision to come tomorrow afternoon. This is Bloomberg.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
And a very good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Bloomberg Business Week. Carol Masser along with Barry Ritholtz, just settling into his seat. You've been a busy dude this morning.
Yeah, running around.
You did a podcast was it 9 a.m. this morning?
Yeah, 9 a.m. Joe Lonsdale of APC, co-founder of Palantir.
Yeah.
What an amazing track record this guy has.
Maybe we'll
Just
talk about this a
incredible.
little bit later
Sure.
on. Okay? Yeah, it's
Yeah,
going
love
to be a
to.
podcast. Barry Ritholtz, of course, of Ritholtz Wealth Management, and of course of At the Money, Masters in Business, man of many hats.
I got to keep myself out of trouble, keep myself busy.
Don't we all? Don't we all? All right, it is day 2 at Future Proof here at Huntington Beach, California, folks. We have some good conversations. Really, this is a gathering of the wealth ecosystem. So coming up, let me just cue it up for you. Jan Van Eck is going to be here.
I'm a big fan of the work they do. He's got a great story about just the family history of their business. It's really amazing.
Around for a long time. One of my first jobs was mutual funds, and Van Eck was always somebody that we made sure we had on the show.
His dad launched the firm, I don't know, like 60 years ago, and he's taking it to a whole nother level. He rolled out all the ETFs. He's really done stuff.
Bitcoin ETF.
Right?
Yeah.
One of the early ones.
So we're going to talk about that. Hey, also coming up over the next couple of hours, Marlena Lee, she is sitting down, Dimensional Investing, how they're putting $740 billion in assets to work. And Joanne Bradford, Chief Money Officer at Domain Money, former head of products over at Marcus by Goldman Sachs, created this company.
Marcus, she was at MSN, she was at Pinterest, she was at Yahoo. She's the one who sold Honey to PayPal for like $2 billion. She's got an amazing track record in history.
And Peter Maluk.
I'm another, like today is like my greatest hits. These are people I'm big fans of. Maluk has built an amazing practice. I think they're well over $300 billion, coming up on $350 billion.
As often on those lists of like top financial advisory firms.
Absolutely. Always top 5.
All right, so a lot coming up in the next 2 hours, folks. First up, though, let's get a check on the trading day. An interesting trade. Of course, we get that Fed decision. The Fed did kick off its 2-day meeting, though, today. Charlie Pellet back in New York.
Hi, thank you very much. And here's what's going on. 58 minutes to go until that closing bell clangs on Wall Street. Stocks in the red right now. Been that kind of a day. Higher in the morning, lower in the afternoon. S&P right now down by 4, drop of just about 0.1%. Dow Industrials down 44, decline of 0.1%. And ahead of the Fed decision, we've got NASDAQ holding onto a gain of just under 0.1%. Stocks struggling near records ahead of the Fed rate decision. Traders, of course, split on the size of a central bank cut tomorrow. 10-year at 3.64%, the 2-year 3.59%. Spot gold down $11 the ounce, pulling back from a record now at $25.70, down by about 0.5%. Another move higher for crude today, back above 71. WTI up by 1.9%. Next up for Wall Street, the Fed decision tomorrow. Investors focused on the dot plot and Jay Powell's news conference. Julia Coronado is president and founder of Macro Policy Perspectives, and she told us she is in the 50 basis point camp.
Policy is in a restrictive place, so that's the key here. This is an unusual cycle. The Fed is cutting just to bring interest rates into a more neutral setting. It's not cutting interest rates to stimulate the economy, which is fine. It's recalibrating policy in order to balance the risks and keep this good economy on track.
Julia Coronado with Macro Policy, expecting a 50 basis point cut tomorrow. We got Microsoft raising its quarterly dividend 10%. It has also unveiled a new $60 billion stock buyback program, matching the size of a repurchase plan 3 years ago. Microsoft on a down day for the Dow and the S&P up by 0.8%. NASDAQ up by just under 0.1%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
That's right. All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Master along Barry Ritholtz. We are live here at Future Proof in Huntington Beach, California. Bloomberg Radio's live broadcast from Future Proof, sponsored by JP Morgan Asset Management. We want to kick off our coverage this hour. We've got a special guest, Marlena Lee. She's Global Head of Investment Solutions at the Registered Investment Advisor, Dimensional Investing. They've got $740 billion in firm-wide assets under management. Welcome, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Carol, so excited to be here.
Tell us a little bit about your firm, because founded about 40 years ago, but historically you guys look at academic research and then think about how that applies to investing. I am curious about research that you're finding interesting in today's market environment.
Yeah, so absolutely right, Carol. We were founded in 1981, so it's been 42, 43
You've seen a few
years.
cycles.
Yeah,
Wow.
absolutely. And from the very beginning, our founders were actually folks who worked on some of the very first index funds, and they kind of really liked some of the ideas that were coming out of the academic research around different drivers of expected return, but also just that flexibility has value.
Yeah.
So from our very beginning, we had these ideas that, hey, you want really low-cost, well-diversified portfolios that an index fund would give you, but you do leave money on the table when you have the rigidities of an index fund. So adding some flexibility and using academic research to pursue outperformance is a winning strategy. And we have 40 years of track record to show it.
Their focus, if I remember correctly, David Booth began with the small cap factor and took that from a single fund that was slow to catch on, and eventually people figured out, hey, Booth seems to know what he's doing, and expanded into a whole bunch of other elements. French and Fama are advisors to the firm. You have like long-standing ties to University of Chicago, Dartmouth, like really fascinating academic backgrounds, including a number of Nobel laureates.
Absolutely, Barry. So we have, I think, 5 Nobel laureates that
That's
are
amazing.
associated in some way with the firm, either through as academic consultants, advisors to the firm, or on the fund board, so representing our investors in the fund. And they all joined and got involved before they won their Nobel laureates. So really deep academic ties. Yes, absolutely right, Barry, that our very first fund was focused on this small cap premium. That was well before smart beta or factor investing was a
the
thing.
original smart beta.
So, well, I like to call it pioneers of factor-based investing. You know,
That's
we were absolutely the first. Value came on the scene, of course, right as Fama and French were writing their 3-factor model paper. These days, we're looking at profitability, adding that to the lineup. Profitability is a fantastic complement for value because those premiums tend not to show up at the same times. So we do think that when you build a portfolio that focuses on both, you can help smooth out the ride.
You were a teaching assistant, right, for Eugene Fama?
I was.
Tell us a little bit about that.
Oh, is that true? Because David Booth was Gene Fama's teaching assistant 40 plus years ago.
Yes, we share that in common.
How did that shape you, or tell us a little bit about that experience?
Oh my gosh, it was the best experience. I would have done it for free. Yeah, I was
a Nobel laureate.
He wasn't at the time.
Oh, right, but he did become.
So before arriving at Dimensional, I was doing my PhD at the University of Chicago.
Right.
Studied under Professor Fama, and then became his teaching assistant. And when I told him, he was also on my dissertation committee. And when I told him I didn't really want to do the academic thing, he was so kind, because my other advisors, they tried to convince me otherwise. But Fama, he connected me to Dimensional, and it's such a perfect fit because I got to continue focusing on this academic research that I had spent 5 years of my life learning and studying, and instead being able to apply it and helping to explain it to investors who deeply care, because it does help. Understanding the research just leads to a better investment outcome. I think if you understand that there's a more robust, a better way to pursue higher returns than stock picking or trying to time the markets. And just the confidence that it gives someone to be a long-term disciplined investor, which I think is really important, to be able to stick with market downturns and
especially in an environment where trades move so quickly and react to day-to-day news events, whether it's company stock specific or just macro specific, that when you really understand the deep research behind something, right, you can have a lot more conviction behind an investment, whether to buy or sell.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that most investors are investing for decades.
Yeah.
And we should have a decade-long investment horizon, and the research speaks to decades-long of patterns and data, as opposed to like what's going to happen tomorrow or what's going to happen in the next few months.
So Fama French was a good couple of decades ago. Those first three factors were really interesting. You're essentially an academic at heart. What's the most interesting new research you're finding that might eventually become some form of real-life application of theory?
Well, there's always little improvements that we can make, but I would say profitability was the last really big one. Some people might think of it as quality.
I was going to ask, I think of quality as the last big one. You're using profitability in the same way as quality? So when I think of quality, I think of low debt, good management, no other problems, and you're just cutting that down to straight up profitability.
Just straight up profitability. And once you capture profitability, a lot of those other variables, they're not important for explaining
Over
returns.
revenue growth.
Well, revenue growth. So
it's just so funny. We talk so much about the importance of like growing your business, because profitability, right? Profits you can play around with.
Well, let's back it up and just talk about why profitability should help explain returns in the first place. When you invest in a company, you get future cash flows, and it's all discounted back to a price today. That's the stock price. That discount rate is the expected return. So what we want is, we don't get to look up the expected return in Bloomberg. Instead, we have to infer it from two variables that we can sort of see. We definitely get to see price today.
Right.
But we don't get a perfect view of those expected future cash flows. But it turns out today's profitability, just levels, are a pretty dang good predictor of those profits several years out into the future. The most profitable companies today tend to stay the most profitable companies for many years. Now, profitability growth is another aspect that does help a little bit, but the most important one to capture is the level of profits.
Yeah.
And then the challenge with profitability growth is it does introduce a lot of additional turnover. So it's something that we're actively partnering with Robert Novi-Marks, another academic that we work very closely with, to see if there's certainly something there in the data, but whether it would survive transactions costs. Things like that are also very important before you add something to a live portfolio where you have to pay trading costs and things like that.
Yeah.
So I want to unpack why profitability has persistence into the future. And what's so different from just profits, because most people think of PE as their measure, but profitability means it's a company that sometimes has a moat and a strategic advantage, that they're not carrying a lot of debt that can eventually eat into future profits. What other elements are you looking at that explain why profitability tends to persist out into the distance?
That's a fantastic question, Barry, because actually across a lot of different measures of profitability, you see that companies with higher profitability have higher returns than companies with low profitability. You can look at a very top line number like revenues. You can look at net income, so at the very bottom. It all helps create spreads and returns. So that's really important because it gives you a better sense that that's something that's real in the data. You're not just cherry picking something that's really like a fragile academic result. And so that's comforting. What we end up using in our portfolios, we call operating profitability, because we want something that's going to predict future profitability. So you don't want things that are super variable year to year or one-time events. So operating profitability gets to the heart of, what are kind of a more stable stream of revenues minus costs. And that's what we see, or what we use in the portfolios, that is something that is stable enough where we can run a portfolio that focuses on high profitability names in a portfolio without a lot of turnover.
Is there an overlap between profitability and momentum, or is that just something completely different?
It turns out to be different. The thing that's more related to momentum, or price momentum, which is what we usually think of as momentum, is earnings momentum is related. So Robert Novi-Marx did have a paper a few years back where he showed that those two things are quite related. We do take account momentum in the portfolios as well. But the thing with momentum, just like I was saying with profitability growth, is that it does tend to have high turnover if you try to pursue it directly. So a better way to take advantage of momentum is if you're already managing a portfolio, let's just say that's pursuing size, value, profitability, you want to trade a little bit every day in order to make sure you're focused on those premiums, not introducing style drift into the portfolios. But you can take into account something like price momentum at that point of trade. So I could say, hey, here's a stock I want to buy, but it's down momentum. Therefore, it should continue to underperform for a little while. Let's just wait before I buy it. Or vice versa. If I want to sell something that has up momentum, I could just wait a little.
I just want to follow up with that because I understand the way we use dimensional funds in our shop. I understand the way they operate, but I want you to clarify something because I don't want people to misunderstand what you say. What you said, it's not that you think you have to trade every day for the sake of trading. The way I know the way you guys have run various funds are, you are opportunistically looking for your time and place to pick up specific things. And it's not like, hey, let's go trade today. It's let's see if anything that's on our buy list that we're looking to accumulate has become a more attractive price point. Am I doing that any justice?
So great. That's absolutely right. When I say we look to trade every day, the turnover in our portfolios is very low. So a core portfolio might have something in the high single digits. A higher, more narrow portfolio, like a small value portfolio, for example, might be somewhere between 20 to 30% turnover. Just to translate that, a 25% annualized turnover means when I buy a stock, I expect to hold it for 4 years. So it's a long holding period, which we think is really important because as you're incurring trading costs, you can spread that across a long holding period. But the daily rebalancing also just gives us a lot of flexibility. So those are index-like levels of turnover, like passive indices-like level of turnover. But whereas an index might try to drive all of that turnover into defined reconstitution dates, 1 to 4 times per year, we can spread it across 220 trading days a year, which makes it really easy to control trading costs.
Marlena, does the macro change any of this, impact this? I mean, here we are, obviously in a, waiting the Fed meeting. And I do wonder, as the Fed's getting ready to finally cut rates, like it's a different cycle environment. Does the macro play into this?
I would love to be able to say, here's when the premiums are going to be higher or lower, but the data is just too noisy. So we view, at least in these equity portfolios, we want to be focused on these premiums day in, day out. And macro environments don't really change that view. And it goes back to that idea for why we see these premiums in the first place. It's low prices combined with good future cash flows. And that should always indicate higher expected returns than something with a high price and low cash flow. And that's true regardless of what the Fed's going to do, recession, expansion.
Regardless of recession, long recession, doesn't matter.
Those premiums are not correlated with all of these macroeconomic variables, and we would love to be able to figure out, to crack the nut of how to focus on these premiums during certain times, but we think it's best to do it every day.
Really interesting.
Very cool stuff. In a nutshell, 10 seconds. The market environment, an interesting one, a hard one, a complex one. How would you describe it?
It's always complex. It's always changing.
No, that's the easy answer.
It is easy. But I do think that when you have a long-term view.
Right now, today, it doesn't matter. Or what?
It doesn't matter. Like, we're going to be positioned on these premiums.
Yeah.
Regardless of, and that's part of why our clients like us, because they know what to expect from us.
It's really interesting, kind of a healthy thing, right? When we're so day-to-day to talk about the long term.
I always think of dimensional funds as indexing plus. It's
Yeah.
indexing, but a next level, goes beyond it.
Very cool stuff. Marlena, thank you. Really appreciate it. Marlena Lee, she's Global Head of Investment Solutions at Dimensional Investing, joining us right here on Bloomberg Business Week. Coming up, we're going to talk with the Chief Money Officer over at Domain Money, Joanne Bradford.
I'm a giant fan of.
It's 3:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We have got stocks trading lower. Truly a mixed picture. Dow, S&P, both in the red. We've got the Dow Jones Industrial Average down now by 64 points, down by about 0.2%. S&P lower by 8, down 0.1%. NASDAQ holding on to an 8-point gain, up less than 0.1%. Bottom line here, little change. Stocks are struggling near their highs ahead of the Fed rate decision. Traders split on the size of a central bank cut. Right now, as I mentioned, the S&P 500 index, little change, down 0.1%. 10-year trading at 3.64%. The 2-year, 3.59%. Gold retreating from a record, down 0.5%. 25.69 the ounce on the precious metal, while West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.9%, 71.42 a barrel. So ahead of the Fed decision, stocks are trading mixed. Gabriela Santos is global market strategist at JP Morgan Investment Management.
So I think the direction of travel, very clear. Rates are coming down as the Fed normalizes rates. But very much for tomorrow, there's so many unanswered questions around the magnitude, 2550, the frequency, monthly or quarterly, and the end point, right? What's the normal interest rate for the economy these days?
JP Morgan's Gabriela Santos. Retail sales unexpectedly rose in August, supported by online purchases that masked more mixed results at other merchants. Among retailers today, we've got Amazon up by 1%. Mixed picture here with Walmart trading lower by 2.5%. Macy's up 0.8%. Target shares down by just about 1%. Sam's Club hiking its pay for hourly retail workers, a move to attract employees and compete better against rivals. Sam's Club, of course, owned by Walmart. Again, recapping, S&P down 13, down 0.2%. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. You are listening and watching Future Proof. I'm Carol Massar along with Barry Ritholtz, and we should point out that Bloomberg Radio's live broadcast from Future Proof is sponsored by JP Morgan Asset Management. All right, we do want to get to our next guest. She is Joanne Bradford. She's President and Chief Money Officer over at Domain Money. It was founded in 2022 by Adam Dell, former head of product at Marcus by Goldman Sachs. It's a financial advisory firm, and her background is killer. We're going to get into that because she was Chief Revenue Officer at Microsoft, President of Honey, COO of SoFi. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And you're a friend of Barry's.
Of course.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
Talk to us a little bit about the environment today. And when you come to an event like this, what do you want to hear? Who do you want to hear from? What are the questions you're asking of people?
Yeah, I do two things here. I advise a company called Wealth.com, and they announced a $30 million Series A led by Google Ventures and Citi.
Congratulations.
Yesterday, which was exciting, and it shows you that, like, hey, look, it's time for some automation and some technology and for some AI to be applied to this category, because it's sort of the last one to break. You know, I was in the advertising business, which they said it will always be sold over martinis, people to people, and this business has said the same, and I think we're sort of seeing the beginnings of that in this part of the business. Not, you know, like the Visas, MasterCards, Plaids, Stripes, those things, but actually in the wealth management side of it. So it's exciting to see that, to be a part of it. I think there are sort of two camps here, and all the people I've talked to. One is, hey, look, I'm just going to keep doing what I'm doing, and I hope that I get to the end of my career before the iceberg melts. And then there's other people that are like, no, I actually am going to try to change this. I want to be digital first. I want to go after millennials. I want to talk about how people have different needs around their money today. You know, so those are the two sort of camps, and I think it sort of happens in every industry, but it's clear it's playing out here.
Joanne, are those two very different generations? Is it philosophical, or is it the 50 and older group is like, I'm just going to run out the clock, and the 30, 40-somethings are like, no, it's got to be digital, it's got to be technology. That's what our clients want.
I think it's both the providers and the customers, right? Because, you know, I think the last conference we were at, they said, you know, in the next 10 years, a third of this industry is going to retire. And then, you know, I worked at SoFi, and we built a digital-first tool, right, where everybody wants to do everything on a device, wants to have it done, and then they still do want to know that there's human and a person that understands their values on the other side of it. I think it's happened everywhere in life except in personal wealth management. So it's finally going to show up here. But it's not, we're not quite ready for it yet.
How does it change? How do you see the transformation in terms of it becoming more digital or you know, an embracing of technology?
Yeah, I mean, I have a private wealth manager, I don't really want to talk to them. I just open up my Schwab every day and look at it. And then
well, first stop opening it every day, please.
I like it.
Get
It makes
it
me
once a
feel
week.
good. It makes me feel good.
We just had a conversation about long-term investing.
Right. Every day is
I
too
know.
much.
Every day, but I look at my Amex bill every day. You want to show me your Amex bill on the credit card? Like, what did I buy?
When my husband says, let's look at the Amex bill, I'm like,
Well, I do it, and this morning I was like
too.
sitting watching TikTok. Next thing you know, I'm like, ooh, Apple Pay. Oops, bang. My husband calls it the BOD, and he's not talking about board of directors, box of the day. So he's like, a box of the day showed up for you.
But what does it mean for estate planning and tax planning and educational planning? Like, how do you guys think about it? Because that's your world.
Yeah, so let's talk about domain money for a second. So our average customer is 39 years old, makes $250,000 a year, and doesn't really want to put their money into AUM.
Yeah.
They have made some money, they're trying to figure it out, they might have some stock, they get a bonus, and they just don't know what to do. They're overwhelmed. They may have gotten married, may have gotten divorced, and they want some professional help. So it's a flat fee financial plan. We sell one for $2,500. We look at all your expenses, we look at all your spending, we analyze it, we use a bunch of technology, some AI, we put together a plan with a paraplanner, and then we give it back to you in a 90-minute discussion. And then we set up a discussion after that with all your to-dos and follow-ups. We'll actually log into Zoom, your Schwab account on Zoom with you and help you change, like move that there, because that's really where people freak out, is they don't know how to do that. Our NPS score is 10 out of 10.
What's NPS?
Net Promoter Score. It means, would you recommend it? And we use it again. And on a 1 out of 10, that's unheard of. We get a 10.
That's a perfect score.
It is a perfect score, because everybody at the end of it is like, wow, you helped me, you heard me, I got value, and I know what to do. We have a $2,500 version, a $4,500 version, and a $7,500 version. Most people end up taking $4,500 because they want actually extra
year
help.
or
one-time flat fee. And then they can come back to us for $300 to $500 an hour to be like, hey, I want to check in on this.
How sticky is it? How long do people stay with you guys?
Well, I mean, they come back a little bit every couple of years, but I think it should be like the dentist.
I guess so, right.
If you're using a sonic toothbrush, maybe you don't go every year, right? The dental industry came up with you need to go every 6 months.
3 times a year. They want cleanings 3 times a year.
That's ridiculous.
But I wonder if you can tell there's a trajectory of somebody who comes to you when they first get married, and then, or maybe they go through a divorce, they come back, and then they get married again, and then they have kids, and they have to think about college planning, and then they have to think about, retirement. So do you see that trajectory? With your folks? That's what I mean by
there's
sticky.
4 personas. There's the 29-year-old that's like, hey, I need some help here. I have a good paying job. And I like to be prepared. I call them like sharp pencil people. They're like, I want help. I'm going to hire a trainer. I'm going to go to a therapist. I'm going to have the best of everything. Check. Then the next group is like a 39-year-old that's like, I didn't do anything. And please help me catch up very fast so we can do that. The next group is a 50-year-old who is like, wow, I had something happen in my life, health in my family, divorce, partner, I hate my career, I can't do it for the rest of my life, and I need to know, how do I get out of this?
Yeah.
And they want a financial plan for that. And then there's a group of people that need to help family members, where they're like, hey, I'm now the sandwich generation. I have to take care of a parent, and I have to take care of a kid. And there's really not anybody that serves that, right?
So real.
So
those
like
descriptions.
and I listen to every conversation. I know this audience from my time at SoFi. And there's nobody really serving that market, right?
Interesting.
We don't tell them what product to use. We're like, use Fidelity, use Schwab, do whatever. And my entire sort of mission in life is, I don't care who you use for your financial plan. I just want you to actually have one. I don't care if you do it yourself. I don't care if you sign up for, Mrs. Dow Janes and take the course. A friend of mine the other day, she works at Apple. She has worked there for 13 years, never sold a share of stock. I said, how do you manage your money? And she said, oh, I'm taking a course on the weekends. And I said, oh, okay, great. And, she's mother of 3. She's like, I got to save for college. I have to do these things, da, 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 da. And I'm like, well, I'm glad you have a plan, right? And she paid $3,000 for that course. And I'm like, well, you could have just paid someone to do it for you and not spent your Sundays in a course, but like, whatever. You know, I'm just happy that people are doing something, because you and I know the power of compounding, the power of starting it off, and it just really matters. And so at SoFi, I saw so many people with student loan debt. I, met thousands and thousands of people. I had dinners with them once a week. And I know this customer, and I know most people do not pay attention to their finances.
So Joanne, you started out by discussing how it's digital first, there's technology driven, but what I'm really hearing from you with these 4 different categories of people are that they want somebody, a live human, to talk to and hear what their issues are. How do you marry technology with live human advice?
Well, we do it all on Zoom. We have an app where they upload all their documents, makes it easy for them. We give them the report and the action items afterwards. We let them schedule all their meetings and times via technology. We follow up with them. So everything that is possible to take out of the process of friction of humans, we do, except that conversation and the review of the plan and the input and really understanding your values. Some people are like, I want adventure. Some people are like, I want a career. Some people are like, I'd like to get rid of my spouse. There's just, everybody has something, and they want someone on the other end of it to hear them and to acknowledge
What's
them.
the most common mistake? Is it just people not having a plan?
It is just not knowing the number, not ever looking at the numbers.
What do you mean? Just everything?
Yeah.
It's in their head. It's sort of juggled like, what's your checking balance? I don't know. It's around this.
I'll give you a perfect example. I was talking to
I just got about 40 seconds.
a Bloomberg reporter one day, and she said,
Not me.
I have student loans. And I said, well, how much do you owe? What's your interest rate? And when will you be done? And she said, I don't know. I just know one day it'll be gone. Okay? So I don't care who you are, you got to look at the number.
Really interesting
I mean,
stuff.
if you don't know what you have, how do you figure it out?
No, and most people don't.
Yeah.
They just don't.
Really cool stuff.
So fun.
Really cool stuff.
Really, really cool stuff.
I'm kind of taking notes, going to share it with big folks.
I told you before she came on, she's a fascinating person with an amazing background, and I love how she's combined technology and human advice into one, and bringing SoFi in with the student loans on top of it.
It is pretty cool, like how all the stuff you did led up to where you are.
Honey, coupon code, one-click coupon code. We sold it for $4 billion. There's always a tech solution. There you go.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you guys.
You bet. Joanne Bradford, President and Chief Money Officer over at Domain Money. Hey, coming up, we're going to talk with Dana Dioria, co-CIO of the FinTech InvestNet. That's coming up from Future Proof. Carol Masser, Long Beach.
It's 3:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. We've got 20 minutes to go until we wrap up the trading session. U.S. stocks continue to trade mixed. We've got the Dow lower, S&P lower as well, NASDAQ higher, and little change. Let's head right over to the first word breaking news desk for today's afternoon call. Here he is, Bill Maloney.
And good afternoon, Charlie. The main U.S. averages are well off their session highs, with the Dow currently down 57 points. The S&P's dropped 5, was trading at a record, while the NASDAQ is still higher by 0.1%. The U.S. 10-year yield of 3.64%. Gold is down 13. Oil is climbing, but Bitcoin, that's higher by 4%. Among the main 11 S&P sectors, leaders were energy and consumer discretionary. Healthcare and real estate were under pressure. And leaders to the upside in the Dow, Intel and Dow Inc., while Walmart fell 2.5% and led to the downside. In the credit card space, JP Morgan is in talks with Apple to take the credit card from Goldman Sachs. And in other news, the Atlanta Fed GDP Now index rose to 2.99%. from 2.47%. Wrapping things up, Evercore's Ed Hyman sees a 50 basis point cut tomorrow. Live from the first breaking news desk, I'm Bill Maloney. Charlie?
All right, we thank you very much, Bill. And to hear live breaking news over your Bloomberg, type Squawk, SQUA, on your Bloomberg terminal. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
I'm driving in my car. I turn on the radio.
How about you let me drive?
Oh, no. Who's gonna drive you home? Honey, please, I'll do the driving. Drive on. Excuse me, I want to drive. It's the question that drives us.
This is the Drive to the Close.
That funky music will drive us till the dawn.
On Bloomberg Radio.
All right, everybody, it's time for the Drive to the Close. Today from Future Proof, Bloomberg Radio's live broadcast from Future Proof is sponsored by JP Morgan Asset Management. So let's get to our Drive to the Close guest. I'm Carol Master along with Barry Ritholtz. Dana Dioria is with us, co-CIO of InvestNet. It's a fintech company, offers software and services for the financial industry and financial advisors. Welcome. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you so much for having me. I'm happy to be here.
I didn't get to tease this, but you have talked about our notes that you shared with our producer that inflation is the fly in the ointment. I get that. So with a Fed meeting and we're all like, there's expectations and there's a lot of debate and investors, traders thinking it should be an aggressive move. They still have to keep a watch on inflation, don't they?
They do. And what's funny is, and we saw retail sales today.
Yeah. Which is good. It means the economy not falling apart.
What inflation?
There's goods and then there's services. And I think we're seeing a pretty big split, right? And so, goods, interest rate cuts are needed. Services, I think they're still going to want to keep an eye on. I've been, it's going to be a 25. It's hard for me to believe that they're going to take their hand off and do a 50 right out of the gate. But
it would be very unlike this Fed, and I feel like Jay Powell, right?
I agree with you. I think, and there's a lot out there around inflation coming in waves, and yes, maybe we've got a handle on it for this time around, but it could come back. I think 25 is the safer bet, and I still would say 25, but it wouldn't blow me away if it ended up being 50.
Yeah, this seems like a very timid, cautious, why are we taking chances type of Fed.
Totally.
And every time we talk about the Fed, I feel obligated. It's like my disclosure. Inflation peaked in June 2022. The Fed was late to recognize its start, its peak, its finish. Is it fair to say they are institutionally behind the curve? That's just the nature of a big, conservative institution?
Yeah, I think they're going to act with a little bit of a lag, my polite way, right? To say,
I can say you have to be a little more circumspect.
Yeah. I think.
Wait, haven't they lagged a lot already?
I think. Well, I mean, there's a whole narrative out there around we're way behind on these cuts. That and a lot of it too is why do we think we're having these cuts? Is it just to get to neutral, or is it because we actually think that we didn't stick the landing, that recession is coming? I mean, that's a debatable question as well. But I think when you're looking at the cuts and you're looking at the Fed, they are not quick to want to act. They have a dual mandate. Unemployment is still pretty tame. right? I mean, we're certainly seeing a cooling in the job market, but jobless claims still don't speak to having something like a bazooka 50 basis point rate cut for a Fed that hasn't really wanted to take that kind of, big action.
I also wonder about the elections. Like, do they want to do something like that? Whether or not they say, they're not political, I do wonder about the appearance of that.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'll simply say, if you look historically, typically in an election year, you get, some easing, right? Like, that's not an unusual thing to expect in an election year. I don't think this Fed is really looking to be political. I mean, I really do think, Barry said it, they're cautious, and they're just, they're moving cautiously. And some of it, too, don't forget, the markets are going to front run anything that they do. So whether they give us a 25 or they give us a 50, if they give us the 25, but they say, you're going to get 100 by the end of the year, it's kind of takes you to the same place. It has the same impact at the end of the day. And so they're willing to do that.
So you mentioned retail sales. One can't help but notice the bottom half of the economic strata is carrying a lot of credit card debts. We had a guest yesterday talk about not a big uptick, but a modest uptick in credit card delinquencies and defaults is starting to show. It seems like the higher rates are falling disproportionately on those lower-end retail shoppers.
I agree. The COVID money's gone, right? And we've eaten through that buffer. I also think, look, let's not forget, inflation coming in line doesn't mean the level of the prices are going down, right? We have to have, we all know.
We're just not going up
as much. And so, it was a big increase for people to take. And when you talk about the lower income groups and trying to keep pace with, even discretionary needs, let alone non-discretionary needs, and needing to borrow maybe to kind of make those ends meet. So they're sort of facing this double whammy of much higher prices than just a couple of years ago, and then on top of it, really high interest rates. And so yes, I agree. It's not a great place for kind of common man.
So the two follow-up questions: we know wages have risen fairly in line with inflation, but real estate is probably the thing I hear more people complain about, especially first-time home buyers. What might a series of rate cuts do for that audience?
I think it could unlock that. I agree. I mean, it's interesting you bring that up, because in my discussions with advisors, and of course they're working with people, they're talking to them about all their problems, not just how do I allocate my financial assets. And they're talking to them about things like, my kids can't buy a home. Or they put in an offer on a house, and they were beat by like $100,000 to try to get this house or whatever. Just crazy kind of premiums being spent on the existing homes, and that they can't get into the market. So I think this is a major concern for people. I think advisors are worried about it from this, not only from the standpoint of whatever allocations from a financial perspective, but to your point on just the real estate market in general and what their clients are facing. But I do think rate cuts can start to unlock that, because bringing rates back down, of course, under where a lot of those mortgages are.
Dana, the panel you're involved in here at Future Proof is about the future of investment delivery. How are you, thinking about where that all goes? We've been talking increasingly about the role of technology and how that can change things. But what are your thoughts? What's your vision?
Yeah, so coming from Envestnet, a wealth tech ecosystem, we're really, from our perspective, it's about outsourcing to managed account type solutions and really bringing scale. And I add to that we see the future of investment solutions as leaning toward personalized services, personalized solutions. This is,
was that courtesy of AI or something else?
I think it's just look at today. Look at your smartphone.
Yeah.
All the recommendations it serves up to you, the expectation you have around.
It kind of drives me crazy. Does it drive you crazy?
I turn most of my notifications off. I can't be bothered.
But not.
Sorry.
But younger generations aren't, right?
She just called us old.
They're hey, I'm right there with you.
No. Okay.
They're looking for a personalized services, and they're going to expect that from their financial advisor. And Gen Z actually wants a human being in the room with them, but they're going to expect technology to bring personalization. And the only way an advisor can do that is with tech to scale those types of solutions: direct indexing, tax overlay, high net worth type services.
Yeah, I like the combination, though. I think there's a lot of things tech can take care of, that you don't necessarily need an individual, but you want an individual for the stuff that really matters. This was fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Dana Dioria, co-CIO of InvestNet. Coming up next, we're going to count down to the close, and I think maybe we'll talk about your conversation that you had for your podcast earlier.
Sure, love to.
You ready?
Yeah.
Barry Ritholtz, Carol Masser. This is Bloomberg.
You're listening to Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, you are listening to Bloomberg Business Week. Bloomberg Radio's live broadcast from Future Proof is sponsored by JP Morgan Asset Management. I'm Carol Masser, along with Barry Ritholtz, and yeah, we're counting down to the closing bell. I mean, I really do feel like it's tick-tock, wait until we get that decision tomorrow. But we've been talking about the Fed. You had a conversation kicked off the morning here. Tell us about it.
Oh, what a fascinating
Lonsdale,
guy.
right?
Joe Lonsdale. So the guy is a graduate student at Stanford, becomes an intern at PayPal, meets the PayPal mafia, Peter Thiel, Elon Musk. Go down that whole run of people to see where you know, just an incredible trillions of dollars worth of wealth created out of that. Leaves to co-found, graduates Stanford, co-founds Palantir to do big data analytics and eventually consult to the government and to the Defense Department. How do you figure out ways of using technology and information to be better, faster, cheaper, more reliable prosecution of national defense? It's really a very significant element.
Is this the first time you talked with him?
First time, yeah, first time. And I'm going to have him back into the New York studios to do a full, like we spoke for a half hour. He needs 90 minutes. Because then the next business he ends up doing is this really fascinating, I never always mispronounce it, Allendrail. It's a technology platform for wealth managers that now has $7 trillion worth of assets that he's helping to service. Again, the same process of how do we do all of the disparate data sources, from custodians to performance reporting to go down all the list of the things wealth managers have to do that come from 8 different sources. This fund manager is giving you this. His latest launch is trying to do the same thing for private markets that he did with public markets. And if you think it's difficult getting all the data together,
how do you do it for private markets? That's one of the things that we talk about, the lack of transparency.
So the ability to find all this data, put it in a format that's consistent and compliant, and the SEC doesn't say, hey, you can't use those numbers. They have to be, audited, validated, verified in a way that's usable. Really, just he's looking for some of the hardest problems in finance and trying to use technology to solve it. It's really very impressive.
It does sound like he, and of course the PayPal Mafia, if you think about all those individuals, like that they just sought out or found problems within the systems, right? And then just figured out, okay, well, here, let me create a platform to kind of make this all easier.
So when you're
more seamless.
When you're an expert in big data and analytics, and they were doing AI work years and years ago. They're not new to AI. Well, it's embedded in the early parts of the platform. It gives them this tremendous tactical advantage to just push the envelope to places, things we just haven't thought about.
What did he have to say about AI? It's not a new thing, but we know that what we're talking about now with generative AI and the creation of large language models and, just kind of taking it to another level, what does he think about the opportunities there? Is it just exponential?
So the example that he used was we were talking about the war in Afghanistan and a potential war in the Sea of China and China looking at Taiwan. Yeah. And the ability to stop swarms of drones, the ability to use smart naval drones as part of defense. You're going to build a $2 billion ship. You don't want $55,000 drones taking it out.
Right.
But that's the capability that's out there. The defending has become... It's always been an advantage to be a defender against an attacker.
Right.
But the price differential, hey, we can't send a $3 million missile to take out a $100 drone. That's where they're working, making it productive, efficient, and cost efficient.
It's like so logical, but right?
It's amazing.
But it's amazing that it doesn't kind of exist already. All right, well, looking forward to hearing more about that. I know you've got to go ahead and make another introduction here at Future Proof, so Barry's going to go ahead and do that and then come back because we have some interesting conversations, including Jan van Eck, which I'm looking forward to. I feel like we can go old, new, everywhere with him. All right, I'm Carol Massar along with Barry Ritholtz. We're counting you down to the closing bell on this Tuesday. This is Bloomberg Business Week.
It's 3:58 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. 2 minutes to go ahead of the closing bell. We have got the Dow, the S&P trading lower ahead of the close here. The S&P has been fluctuating between gains and losses. Right now, looking at a 1-point loss. Earlier today, we had the S&P flirting with a record right now at 56.32. Well, again, little change, swinging between gains and losses. Dow Jones Industrial Average down 20 right now. That is a drop of just under 0.1%, while the Nasdaq Composite Index holding on to a 28-point gain, up by about 0.2%. The Russell 2000 Index of small cap shares also advancing, up now by just about 0.8%. Bottom line here, stocks struggling near their all-time highs of the Federal Reserve rate decision. Traders are split on the size of a central bank cut. S&P again, little changed, up now by 1 point. 10-year 3.64%, the 2-year 3.59%. Gold down $13 the ounce, down 0.5%. West Texas Intermediate crude up 1.8%. Next up for Wall Street, tomorrow's Fed decision. Investors are focused on the dot plot and Jay Powell's news conference. Katie Kaminsky is Chief Research Strategist at Alpha Simplex Group.
Right now, cuts definitely seem justified, and it's a positive thing if cuts are coming because inflation has disappeared. If there's any semblance that cuts are coming because of potential economic weakness, that's where the defensive story makes more sense.
Katie Kaminsky of Alpha Simplex interviewed this morning on Bloomberg Surveillance. So again, the Dow, the S&P, they are both trading lower, and we have got NASDAQ higher now by 28 points, up by 0.2%. There you have it, sound of the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange. And with seconds to go, we've got the S&P swinging between gains and losses. 10-year, 3.64%. Microsoft up 0.9% today. Microsoft raising its quarterly dividend 10%. It also unveiled that new $60 billion stock buyback program. Again, recapping, higher close on the S&P, eking out a gain of 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pellet, and that is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Bloomberg Business Week. Insight from the reporters and editors who bring you America's most trusted business magazine. Plus, global business, finance, and tech news as it happens. Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Masser and Tim Stenivek on Bloomberg Radio.
Hi, everyone. Bloomberg Business Week continuing from Future Proof in Huntington Beach, California. I'm Carol Masser, along with Barry Ritholtz. He had to go do an introduction on stage. He'll be back in just a moment. As you know, Tim is off for the rest of this week. Barry, of course, host of several podcasts here at Bloomberg and also chairman and CIO of Ritholtz Wealth Management. We are live at Future Proof. Bloomberg Radio's live broadcast from Future Proof is sponsored by J.P. Morgan Asset Management. It is a gathering of money managers, financial advisors, everybody who's involved in really the wealth ecosystem, those advisors who are managing, financial advisors. And so we're talking about what's top of mind for them in terms of running their businesses, but what's also top of mind when it comes to investing ideas and investing topics and really trends as well. Hey, coming up, though, in the next 60 minutes, we're going to have the Van Eck CEO, Jan Van Eck. He's coming along a little bit later on. Also, a top financial advisor. His firm is as well. He's a New York Times bestselling author. He's a lawyer. Peter Mallouk, he's going to talk about his blueprint for success. He had a little conversation here at Future Proof about that. Sitting next to me, our next guest, Tim White. We're going to get to him in just a moment. And Callie Cox, also at Ritholtz Wealth Management, doing some panels here. So we're going to see what she has to say about some of the top-of-mind topics for financial advisors. But let's get started. We mentioned this yesterday about the great wealth transfer. Baby boomers, the silent generation, they're going to pass down a combined $84.4 trillion in assets to younger generations. This is going to happen in the next couple of decades. Our next guest, safe to say, is pretty familiar with all of that. With us now from Future Proof is Tim White. He's co-founder and chief growth officer at the estate planning platform wealth.com. How are you? And nice to have you here with us.
Oh my gosh, I couldn't. This is absolutely
this is your
amazing.
first year here?
This is our second year at Future Proof. We absolutely love it. It's just great to be immersed in this advisory community. It's absolutely incredible. So love the energy.
Well, it is great energy, and there's something about being outside and next to the beach.
Absolutely.
I'm not going to lie. The positive or negative ions that come from the ocean, I don't know what it is. Having said that, there's a lot of firms that are here involved in the management of money. What are the kind of things that you're looking for? Or the conversations? There's various panels. There's one happening behind me. What are you looking to find out?
Well, I think it's a really exciting time for us here at Wealth.com. On Monday, we actually announced a Series A led by Google Ventures, GV, followed by Citi Ventures, Outpost, which is Neuberger Berman, and also Firebolt. So we're really excited. We're running with that energy. And I think for us, it is a very exciting time. You talked about the great wealth transfer. I mean, nearly half of all assets over the next 2 decades are transferring over, right, to a new generation. And so part of that is how do we empower advisors through technology? And it's just an exciting time to be at Wealth.com because, as a founding team, for GV, for us, they have just such an incredible track record of supporting advisors with big aspirations and big ideas to make a generational company. And so we couldn't be more excited to be here and just to be around this incredible advisor community.
Tim, talk to us about, does Google Ventures get involved? Is it a financial investment, but do they also, understanding of technology, of data, the power of it, the impact, what it can do, the productivity of it? How else do they assist you guys in what you're doing?
Carol, that is an absolutely fantastic question because when we actually ran the Series Series A, there were so many investors interested in our organization, but GB was absolutely the right fit, is because of just their expertise, right? Not only access to incredible talent, but also how we can supercharge our AI capabilities within our ecosystem. Because here at Wealth.com, we are just really focused on building the most complete, most comprehensive ecosystem in the market. So whether there's an advisor here, Carol, that is serving the mass affluent, high net worth, or even the ultra high net worth, that is Wealth.com. And so they're going to be here to really help us supercharge things.
Well, tell people who might not be familiar with you guys. Bloomberg, it's a smart audience, but remind people about what you do specifically. And I'm curious about your demographics. Who are really tapping into your services?
Well, that's a great question, too. So, yes, we are a digital estate planning ecosystem servicing advisors that have clients across the entire wealth spectrum. So whether it's a client or a household that needs those foundational documents, or even working...
Some basic stuff like can be.
Oh, but not this there, Carol. Yeah. We work with the ultra high net worth as well. So families that have $100 million plus in assets, we're helping them visualize those complex estates. And so we are the one-stop shop for big, large firms to be able to supercharge their estate planning strategy and empower their advisors to have these incredibly important topics and conversations. You know, today, Carol, 60% of Americans do not even have a will in place. Can you believe that? And 40%, well, there's probably a good share of them that actually need to do a restatement. And so having technology be able to accomplish that is a big thing, and we're here to solve big problems.
Well, and to be fair, we had a conversation with Joanne over at Domain Money, right?
Yes.
Like, so there's a couple of you guys, right, that are out there certainly helping people think about, okay, what's my complete holistic financial picture and what do I need to be taken care of? I am curious about, you know, the majority, you say you have clients, you know, all different types of spectrum. Is there, though, a demographic? Is it people getting their first big job? Is it people getting married? Like, when do people often come to you?
Absolutely. So we power the financial advisor. So we work with all different type of advisors, whether they are working with the family office.
That's right. You provide the services for those people.
Exactly. So we power those conversations. So it can range for a variety of different type of client, right? They have a new family getting those foundational documents using our AI capabilities. Like, just a case in point,
right?
A new client comes to an advisor. They used to have to sift through those really complex legal documents. We have AI capabilities, and this is what GB's really excited about, to read those existing plans, pull it into a visualizer report in layman terms to be able to sit with the client and say, look, it's time. You created this plan about 20 years ago. Let's set you up with the restatement. Let's give you access to Wealth.com.
So this is happening already?
Yes. It's an amazing time for the space. We work with actually over 500 institutions.
Right.
We have some massive partnerships we're going to be announcing in the next few weeks as well.
Tell me about the technology curve, because obviously we have all been all in on AI over the last year and a half or so, Tim. And I think we've seen a lot of spending on the infrastructure side of it, the build out. But you guys, you know, obviously it's already happening, right? The generative AI, the large language models are already adapting what financial advisors can do in those companies.
Yeah, so Carol, this is the uniqueness about Wealth.com. When you think about the landscape, the category, the founding team, myself, our CEO, our executive chairman, Ray Carvalho, we come from technology. We created a fintech that we scale globally, working with large financial institutions, leveraging machine learning, leveraging AI, and we sold the business to LexisNexis for $500 million in 2019. Right. We actually took that expertise, that A players from that company over to Wealth.com to supercharge this, and bringing in that into our DNA has been so important, because what makes us unique, this is all done with technology, but also with the human touch as well.
But what's different? Because as you know, Tim, I mean, AI we know has been around for a long time. And so I always feel like, you know, we're all talking about AI, but it's not like a new thing. So tell us about, like, what's the next level of everything that we've been talking about in the last year and a half, in terms of what it can do and help financial advisors going forward. Because some say it's, you know, we're scratching the surface in terms of what it can do.
Yes, and I think we are scratching the surface. I really, truly believe that, but it's all about efficiency, right? We're the firm for the advisor. Yeah. And for us, how we look at
Not
AI,
everything needs a human, essentially?
Not everything needs a human, but there is a role for the human. Yeah. And we've seen that too. I mean, look at several years ago, it was all about the robo-advisor to disrupt. The advisor's never going to be pulled out of that very important relationship with the household and the client. But how do we make make his and her role more efficient, and that's using AI, that's using technology, and that's using the skills that we have to read through. Again, some of these legal documents are 60 pages. To be able to read through that instantaneously, extracting all that important document in that data.
I'm looking forward to the AI chatbot or AI power tool that looks at a document and said, okay, 99.9% of this is
yes
unnecessary.
Yes.
Here's what you really need in like a couple of sentences.
Let me
seriously.
Let me just tell you this.
We've all been there.
We are going to be really launching this in such a direction. We're crossing new frontiers. Look at us in 5 years. It's going to be remarkable.
All right. So, okay. I don't know. Take us 5 years from now.
Yes.
What is it going to be? I go to my financial advisor. I open up my laptop or I pop up my phone. Like, what is it?
It is. It's going to be there. It's going to be a living and breathing ecosystem that is dynamic as your life, that's feeding you that important information, because estate planning isn't a one and done transactional thing.
Right.
It moves because your life evolves. Whether, Carol, you're in California, you moved to New York, you need to be notified of that, and those documents need to be optimized for that state. And that's the type of stuff we're going to be doing. In addition to that, what we can do with scenario analysis as well, really empowering the advisor, informing the client, because this is extremely important.
So what do you mean? Like, you can play, all right, so perhaps I do this and that.
Yes.
What does it mean? How does it impact my financial trajectory?
Exactly. And that's the power of wealth.com.
What's the tricky part of this? And part of me, like my, radar goes off in terms of it's a lot of information, right? That's
Yes.
out there increasingly in the digital world. It's already out there in many ways, but it sounds like this is going to take it to potentially another level. What do we have to be concerned about? What are the risks in all of this?
Honestly, the good thing about this is wealth.com's prepared. As an organization, we actually process transactions with American Express in 28 countries. Bringing that level of security to a firm is extremely important. So that is number one. And then also for us is giving the right information to the advisor. Don't overwhelm them, do not overwhelm the client. And that's the problem today, even with the traditional model with estate planning attorneys. You get a 60-page document, I could walk around this event and say, who's actually read through this? I'll give you $10,000 if somebody else.
Probably nobody.
Absolutely.
What's also interesting is I'm thinking about the money that you're getting from Google Ventures. You talked about GV. What do you guys do? Is it all about being paid, investing in technology? Like, what do you do with it?
I think the unique position of GV, both on to be able to work with us to develop the technology, but access to talent. It's all about growing our team in the right and healthy way and bringing additional experts to already amazing organization.
You sound super optimistic.
I am super optimistic.
I'm always a little cautious. But as we move forward, because it does feel like the financial world, we've talked about fintech for a long time, right? But this is something different.
This is. I will tell you this. Why I'm optimistic, I have an experienced team. I've done this before. We have a track record. And I'll tell you something, walk around Future Proof today, you're going to feel the excitement of wealth.com. You're going to see it now, especially after this conversation. So I hope that you actually stop by and talk to the team. We should get you, where are you with your estate plan? Time for a restatement?
Probably always. Well, so as you go around here, who are the voices that you want to be talking with? Obviously, a lot of the probably big financial advisory firms, right?
Honestly, when you're building a brand like wealth.com, I want to speak to every single person at this event. I want to speak to every single person. One thing that we do really well here is marrying phenomenal people with great tech. And we've built this brand based off of the evangelists within our advisory network, our community advisors. They're out there actively running around this event selling our product. Couldn't be in a better position. And that's why GV invested in us.
Yeah, and so what are, in terms of the financial advisory community, as you say, they want things that are going to be easier, right? Make what they do in terms of serving their clients easier. What else are they looking for?
They're looking for a team that understands integrations, right? So you have all these disparate technologies, and how can somebody bring it all together? That's also a strength. We API connect to all the major CRMs, the major planning softwares, and even into larger firms' proprietary systems. So they have access bi-directionally to this important data.
What's the long-term plan for you guys? Do you go public at some point?
I would 100%. IPO all the way, Carol, all the way.
How long? You obviously are getting money, right? And we've talked about this for a long time at Bloomberg, how there's a lot of money out there in the private markets, which gives you a certain luxury, right, as you do the build-out. I don't know. Is there a plan? Is there a trajectory?
There is a trajectory. There is. There is. And there's a few stadiums out there that I can imagine Wealth.com being on, okay? So, yeah, we have big aspirations. Look at our team done it. We've done it before.
Right.
We're going to be patient in what we're building here, and we're going to build it right. And we want Wealth.com within the advisory community to be actually enabled to every single one within our group.
As I kidded you before about like your enthusiasm, and it's pretty fun to be, and I feel like in general, and as we kind of, Barry, when he's here, we're talking about, it's hard not to when you're in California and you're near a beach, and this is a really wonderful event to have a financial conference. Having said that, there are some real concerns, in terms of the economy, the elections, geopolitical risks, macro concerns. We're talking Fed policy. We're talking, could there be a recession? Any of that impact eventually, or does tougher times make you need to do what you're doing even more urgent? I'm just curious about the macro environment. When you're building out a business, it matters. You did get money, and that is going to keep you going for whatever. But I just do wonder about the macro environment, what that means for you as a business owner.
Carol, I'm going to go.
You guys running your business.
I think that's a great question, and I'm going to go a little bit backwards before I go forwards.
Yeah.
The company that we created in the past was in the actual account opening work stream and also the e-commerce work stream.
Yeah.
We sold it right before COVID. Could not be a better sale, right? I also look at, I know, right? It was a great success for us with Email Agent, also for LexisNexis, one of their most successful acquisitions. And that was really important for us. Now with Wealth.com and seeing what's happening in the world today, the demand for estate planning is going nowhere. Now, is the demand going and paying, $10,000 for these foundational documents, or getting it through your advisor as a value add, right?
Right.
It's going to be really, I think, a great position for us, whether the economy booms or it slows down.
Yeah, and I guess we've seen more and more wealth creation, certainly in society, right? There's more demand. Do you think about it, as you say, you're serving advisors. Is it going to be, though, what you guys are doing available for all of the economic strata, if you will?
Yes.
Ultimately, is that the thinking?
100.
I mean, I understand for the high net worth and
no. But so for the mass affluent, high net worth, and ultra high net worth, that is the solution of Wealth.com. One of the things, though, we're very principled. We love our go-to-market and selling through financial advisors, and that is always going to be our strategy, is solving the problem statements of this wonderful industry and event and the people here that they're dealing with on a day-to-day.
Yeah, I think that, if I think about the Bloomberg audience or people who use an advisor, they just assume they're there, they do their thing, but there's a lot that's going on, or that can be transformative of ultimately in the next few years, or even sooner because of technology.
I would say this for
it is already.
Carol, for your audience, I would say find a Wealth.com advisor. No, I'm just...
Shameless plug.
Shout out to our wonderful advisory community. But thank you so much, Carol.
Interesting stuff. Tim White, thank you so much. Co-founder and Chief Growth Officer at the estate planning platform Wealth.com. Coming up, everybody, we're going to continue here from Future Proof in Huntington Beach, California. We're going to talk with a guest that seems to have done it all, a top financial advisor. His firm also often singled out as being a top financial advisory firm. He's also doing a conversation here up on the big stage about laying out his blueprint for success. We're going to check in with him in just a moment. You're listening and watching Bloomberg Business Week on Bloomberg Radio.
It's 4:21 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. BlackRock and Microsoft are preparing to launch a more than $30 billion AI investment fund to build data centers and energy projects. This, according to the FT, citing unidentified people familiar with the matter. Microsoft shares today gained by 0.9%. BlackRock unchanged. The Dow lower by 15 points, a drop of just under 0.1%, but the S&P 500 index managed to eke out a 1-point gain to 5634, up less than 0.1%. S&P spent much of the afternoon swinging between gains and losses. Nasdaq, though, advanced 35, up 0.2%. Bottom line here, stocks drifted near records ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow. Traders remain split on the size of an interest rate cut. 10-year yield 3.64%, the 2-year 3.59%. Gold down $12 the ounce to $25.69, down 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.7%, $71.29 per barrel of WTI. J.P. Morgan Chase is in discussions with Apple about taking over a credit card portfolio that rival Goldman Sachs Group has been trying to ditch. J.P. Morgan Chase up today by 0.7%. Goldman Sachs little changed, up less than 0.1%. Apple up by 0.2%. Again, recapping, stocks little changed. S&P today up by 1 point. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
5 New York Times.
All right, Charlie, thank you so much. Carol Massar, along with Barry Ritholtz, we're live from Future Proof in Huntington Beach, California. Bloomberg's live broadcast from Future Proof is sponsored by J.P. Morgan Asset Management. Our next guest is a lawyer. Recognized successful financial planner who's been given various accolades.
I thought you were going to say sex symbol for a second. I was
like, definitely. I don't know. Maybe that's Bloomberg
Not
after
in
dark.
front of his wife. Carol, come on.
Been named as top independent financial advisor. You've thrown me in America by Barron's for several years in a row. Co-host the Down the Middle podcast. A New York Times bestselling author. Fresh off the ocean stage here at Future Proof. See, I can't even get it out. Talking about what he has done, how he has achieved success. Let's get to Peter Mallouk, President and CEO of the RIA Creative Planning. They've been recognized, as I said, among the top RIA firms by Barron's of the financial firms. You've got, what, $300 billion in assets under management end of last year?
That's right.
How's it going?
Things couldn't be better. Nothing to complain about.
Is it really? No, seriously.
Yeah, things are fantastic. I think a lot of
running a firm or just money coming in.
Well,
or
I think
both.
You can't be running a firm and having it going well if money's not coming in. That's ultimately the sign that the market likes what you're doing.
Right.
And so the one thing I look at every day is are people coming to creative planning, and that net inflow tells us that we're doing the right things. And so we're really looking and saying, for that ultra fluent client or that high net worth client, are they hiring creative planning many more times than they might have money leave? And if that's the case, things are going well.
And, you know, when I first met Peter back in 2018, 2019, you were still a reasonable sized firm, but you were like $40 or so billion. 5 years later, nearly a 10x. That's a giant gain. How have you been growing the business so successfully? What has made creative planning such a force in the industry?
Well, I think for the end client, we're known for working with that high net worth investor that has the $1 million or $2 million. But we also have 1,600 clients that have 25 million on average with us. And that group is the group growing the fastest. But both of these are growing at a rapid clip. And I think that they like, number one, you see people moving from brokerage firms to independent firms. They're also moving to larger independent firms where they know there's more services, there might be more due diligence, better cybersecurity, all of those things that give those high net worth clients comfort. And they also like the specialization of services we have. We look at the investment portfolio through a tax lens and an estate planning lens, and the world has gotten so complicated that, you know, if someone's got 500,000 or 50 million, they tend to value that more than they did a decade ago.
So talk about that. You used the phrase that I'm very much enamored with, of being the quarterback for their entire financial life. What does that mean to the average creative planning client?
It's like a creative planning client knows, okay, they're not just going to take my money and say, this is my age or this is my risk tolerance, and I'm just going to go invest in ABC.
Plug and play.
Right. They know that's not happening. So they're coming to us saying, okay, this is a firm that's going to have a certified financial planner, figure out where am I, what am I trying to accomplish, what state do I live in, what's my tax bracket, what's my legal situation? What am I trying to accomplish? Am I charitably inclined? Do I want to leave the biggest inheritance possible to my kids? Am I short of retirement? We go through this pretty long multi-meeting exercise to figure out, well, where are they and what they want to do? And then we construct a portfolio that we think has the highest probability of creating the outcome they want, taking into account what's already going on in their life. If they own a bunch of real estate, they're not going to get real estate in the portfolio. And I think that customization, then adding the tax sensitivity to it, really being able to help them have a much better return on an after-tax basis. I think higher net worth people appreciate that approach, and I think we're sitting at the center of that.
We mentioned sexy earlier, but how much of your investors are looking for, especially the higher net worth individuals, are looking for sexier investments? And especially, I think about the private world, private credit, private equity, but especially private credit. Are they pushing for something with something more?
Yes, so we do, at Creative Planning, we're a very big believer in private investments. So we do use private equity, private credit, private real estate. Private credit has obviously kind of taken the world by storm, and I don't know that people fully appreciate the risk reward there. I'm a big believer in private credit.
We
I just
talked
think
about
it needs
this
to come with a lot of explanation to people to really understand. You know, and private credit's it's like saying bonds. You know, there's all kinds of bonds, all kinds of different profiles, and so really understanding what you're getting into is a very big deal. But you know, a lot of them want those types of investments or hedge funds. We're not a big believer in hedge funds, so we don't use them. But I would say as the higher net worth you go, the more demand there is for private credit, private equity.
I want to ask you, do you think private credit should be available to the masses, whether it's even fractional ownership of some sort?
I think if you have semi-liquid, I don't like that word very much, if you have things that people can get out of every 6 months or every year, then I think these sorts of investments should be available to people that have less money. I mean, this idea that you have to be a qualified purchaser and a credit investor, I think it made sense 5 or 10, maybe say 10 years ago.
Right.
When these were tied up for 7 years and you had to very, very sophisticated to understand it. What happened in 08, 09 is the government really pushed credit out of the banks and into the private markets. They didn't want the destabilization of the banking system. Banks said can't do the due diligence to do this. Now, if you look at firms with revenues of 25 million to over $1 billion, 83% of their borrowing is coming from private credit. Basically, these 8,000 public companies are now only 4,500 or so. Private companies can stay private longer because of all the private credit available. So it's become a very mainstream asset class. You can't freeze out the average American from that.
And growing really fast. This is probably the fastest attracting cash. Maybe crypto at various times in its cycle is a little faster. We've seen it certainly explode and then pull back. But private credit seems to be growing so rapidly. What percentage of someone's portfolio should they be thinking about for private credit, especially in the both the mid-level and the high net worth level?
So I always start by telling clients, like, there's really only two investments. You're an owner or you're a lender with everything, right? And so when you're a lender, the next question becomes, well, how much of my portfolio should I be a lender? Because you really accumulate wealth being an owner, whether it's private equity or stocks or business or real estate. And a lender is more preservation, or you know what your income is going to be, but you can't compete with being an owner. That's why the Forbes list is full of owners, not lenders, right? So but if you look at that private side, then you could say, well, what part of the lending side, what part of the lending side of my portfolio do I not need access to for the next couple months or couple of years? If you've got money that's years out, that's the part of the lending part of the portfolio that can be private credit. And that's how I back into the allocation.
Do you think it becomes much more accessible, I don't know, in a few years? Like, what does it take?
Oh, I think it's happening at lightning speed. I think we're at Creative Planning, we're starting to add private equity into 401k plans. We'll be one of the first firms in the country, if not the first, to do that.
Really?
I think private credit is going to come very, very quickly thereafter.
Oh, fascinating. What about the crypto area? What do you think is the next chapter? Are your investors, are they interested?
So people are interested, of course. I think
crypto curious.
Is it a toy? Yeah. Is it a toy or is it something?
Right. I think 99.99% of crypto is going to go to zero. You'll wind up with, somewhere between.
You don't think Dogecoin has some viability? Forgive me. Right. Some people say, not my opinion.
I think there'll be like 1 to 3 winners.
Yeah.
If at all, right? And so I think it's a bet. It's speculation. You can't buy any cryptocurrency and say, I believe that 10 years from now, with certainty, that my wealth is still going to be there. But I do understand it's an asymmetrical risk, because the winner is going to have to go up 100-fold. The losers go to zero. There is no in between.
Yeah.
So I consider that speculation. Speculation's different than investing. Mm-hmm. And there's nothing wrong with speculating if you know you're speculating, right? So if you're putting that in the speculative part of your bucket, great. If you're putting it as like 10% of your allocation, that's not investing.
Really, really interesting. We've heard a lot about AI here. It's been a constant theme. How is a shop your size looking at that type of technology to make yourself more productive, more efficient for your clients?
Well, so far it's summarizing meetings for us. It's summarizing video conferencing for us. Summarizing internal documents for us. But we've tried to get it to read, insurance policies. It's not working yet. We've tried to get it to read estate plans. It's not working yet. So I mean, look, it is beginning to change the world, and I think in the next 10 years our jaws will drop with what it's capable of doing. But it has limitations today. What it does is it's clearly making everyone more efficient.
Right.
But it's not where it needs to be to really substantively change things the way the internet did. It's inevitable, but it's not there now.
So when somebody comes to you and they're like, look at all the changes, you're like, not yet. It's not totally happening.
It's not totally happening. It's happening, and it will happen in the next few years, but it's not like we wave a wand and everything got better today.
You did a panel on the Blueprint for Success.
Yes.
And listen, we on Bloomberg, we talk to a lot of folks who write books, and here's the things. How do you kind of lay out how you got to where you are?
So I think to be successful, like in a capitalist society, you got to be one of a couple things. You've got to be high value. People have to feel like they're getting more for you from someone else. You've got to be low cost relative to others, or you've got to be the fastest. Like if you think about Amazon, 90% of the time you buy something on Amazon, it's costs more than going somewhere else. You're buying it because it's just so damn easy. It just shows up at your door really fast. And what I tell my team is that we want to be all three. We want to be lower cost, not rock bottom, but a little lower than our peers. We want to deliver massive value for what the clients are paying us, and we want to be incredibly fast. We want our clients' heads to spin with the speed with which we solve their problems. And I think that's why today we're the leading independent firm. I think it's a competitive landscape, and who knows how this game plays out. But if we're in the second or third inning of the game, we're up by a little bit.
And let me blow a little smoke Peter's way. When we set up our firm, when I set up our WM, we looked around and who do you want to be like? And creative planning, and I'm not just saying, you don't hear me say this ever.
No, you don't.
Creative planning was the shop that we said, these guys have figured out how to do the right service and add value to clients in a way that made sense. And we very much imitate. You and I have had this conversation before. It's a little bit of a log rolling, but we love the idea of being the financial quarterback, and these are the people that establish that.
For investors that are out there here at Bloomberg, really cool stuff to hear you say and to hear the accolades from this one.
High praise from Barry. High praise.
He can be tough.
But it's true.
Is there a book that you think everybody should read? Is there something someone should monitor if they're an investor out there? And we've just got about 30 seconds, 35 seconds. What do you tell people?
Not counting your book.
Yeah. No shameless plug.
I don't think I'm not aware personally. Maybe Barry has one of a firm of a book that would walk you through how to do it. Barry, do you have
just stay well read or in general for investors?
For Winning the Loser's Game by Charlie Ellis.
Yeah. For winning investors, I thought you meant about building a business. But no, I love Winning the Loser's Game. It's a great example. Yeah, of course.
All right. Fun. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Peter. Thanks for having me.
So appreciate it. Peter Maluk, President and CEO of Creative Planning. More to come from Future Proof. This is Bloomberg.
4:40 on Wall Street. We do check markets all day long here at Bloomberg. S&P 500 index, little changed higher today. Stocks drifting near records ahead of the Fed decision tomorrow. Traders, though, very much split on the size of an interest rate cut. Again, the S&P eked out a gain of just under 0.1%. Little changed. The Dow ended the day in the red, down 16, drop there of just under 0.1%, while NASDAQ had a 35-point gain, up today by 0.2%. 10-year at 3.64%, the 2-year 3.60%. Spot gold down $12 the ounce to $25.69, a drop of 0.5%. And West Texas Intermediate crude oil up 1.5%, $71.13 a barrel on WTI. Big move higher on Bitcoin, up 4.1% now, just above $60,000, $60,033 on Bitcoin right now, again up by 4.1%. So what should we be expecting tomorrow from the Federal Reserve? Dana Dioria is co-CIO at Envestnet, and she was interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week.
There's a lot out there around inflation coming in waves, and yes, maybe we've got a handle on it for this time around, but it could come back. I think 25 is the safer bet, and I still would say 25, but it wouldn't blow me away if it ended up being 50.
Dana Dioria of Envestnet, interviewed right here on Bloomberg Business Week. BlackRock and Microsoft are teaming up to invest in data centers and other infrastructure supporting artificial intelligence. Today, Microsoft shares advanced by 0.9%, BlackRock unchanged. Again, recapping, S&P 500 index eked out a 1-point gain. For on-demand news 24 hours a day, subscribe to Bloomberg News Now wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Charlie Pelleton. That is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
This is Future Proof, and I'm Carol Massar along with Barry Ritholtz. Hard to believe we're almost like wrapping up here.
I know, it's crazy.
Right?
It's like planning for a wedding, and it's here, and suddenly it's over.
And then you start planning maybe for
the
another
next one.
wedding.
Right.
All right, we are at Future Proof, Bloomberg Radio's live broadcast from Future Proof. It is sponsored by JP Morgan Asset Management. Now, throughout the day at Future Proof, you know this, you've done some discussions, panels. We had Jeff Gunlock of Double Line. You had your conversation with Joe Lonsdale. There's a lot going on, but we wanted to get to another panel which looked into strategies for a 5% interest rate world, which is, we talk a lot about this, right? Like, what do you do? So let's get to Kelly Cox, because she did a panel. She did that discussion.
That name.
Chief Market Strategist at Ritholtz Wealth Management. I know, I feel like...
That's where I know that name
this is
from.
kind of like interesting. Is this funny to do this?
Yeah, me and my boss. It's going to be fun.
As you said, it felt like a performance review. Or getting
So be easy on me, Barry.
So, Callie, let's talk a little bit about how you look at the world. You're relatively young compared to old-timers like me. What is the lens that Optimistic Callie, the name of your regular publication, how do you see the world?
Yeah, well, it's in the name, Barry. I like to call myself, I would say I'm an optimist. Of course, I have those risks that I see around me, and I think it's naive to be blind to risk. But in my newsletter that you mentioned, Barry, Optimistic Alley, I try to focus on the context that investors need to understand this rapid fire of information that they're reading every day. Looking back to how markets work, how they've worked in the past, what really matters for the economy. And I bring the data along with me, too. I've been an analyst for over a decade now, and I like to have numbers.
Former Bloomberger.
Former Bloomberger as well.
This is really incestuous,
a reporter in the options market, right?
Yeah, which is big on data, implied volatilities. So, I like to hone in on that background, but also bring it down to an average investor level so anybody can understand how, their money works and markets work.
How do you read through the information then? I mean, there is so much information out there, but then you've got to read through and kind of figure out what really matters.
Well, I'm going to go back to my Bloomberg days. Bloomberg taught me how to do size and scope, which was if there's a number or if there's a move in markets that hasn't happened in a while, it's probably important. It's probably news, and there's a story behind it. So that was the nugget that got me started. And I've essentially built my analysis off of that. Of course, I've learned the fundamentals of the stock market. I've learned the fundamentals of the time value of money and compounding over time. But it all kind of goes back to that. If I see a weird jump in prices, if I see a weird move in data, then I dig into the story behind it, and I really hone into that journalist attitude.
So let's talk about size and scope. You recently had a piece that I really liked, talking about 1% days, and you dug into the data of how often we get these 0.5%, 1%, 3% days. Tell us what your research found.
Well, first of all, most days in the stock market are pretty boring, which is kind of crazy to think about because the news is screaming at you every day about how important it is. I think it was more than half of days were 25 basis points, or excuse me, 50 basis points.
53% of the
0.5%.
days. Your data is 53% of the days is 50 bips of 0.5% or less.
Correct. Which is kind of crazy.
So more than half the days, like nothing's really going on.
Exactly. And stock market math is a little weird, right? I mean, when I think about percents, I think about sales, like going to a clothing store and seeing a sale. And if I saw 1% off, a 1% drop in prices, I'd be like, okay, see you tomorrow. Like, give me something a little bit better. But in the stock market, that's actually quite a big day. I mean, about 20%, less than 20% of days
Context
are
is
when
everything.
you see a 1% move. So 1% is important. And being able to provide that kind of information can really help an average investor understand those headlines that say, oh my God, the S&P fell 1%. It's important to our clients too, right, Barry? Because we get more questions, more contact with our advisors when they see those headlines and those big moves in markets.
And it's our job to anticipate that and tell people in advance, hey, this is normal. So let's stay with this line. How often do we see 2 or 3% moves in the market?
So that's less often. I know we've seen a couple of those in the past month or so. Barry, you're putting me on the spot, but it doesn't happen a lot. And remember, 20% of days you see a 1% move higher or lower. And you also have to remember a 2% move higher, people care a little bit less about that because we're all happy, we're making money.
Right.
So 2% days, 3% days, they're a lot more rare. I know 1.5% days happen about 10% of the time. And that's the point in my mind where I say this is serious, especially if there's a headline behind it. So, if we see days like August 5th, where the market melted down because of the yen carry trade imploding.
August is just a bad month for stocks. It's often when I go on vacation, I'm often remote.
I thought they say that about September.
Yeah.
Isn't September supposed to be a bad month?
It's supposed to be, but I have to tell you, I mean, I often go on vacation in August, and there's always something going on or something bad happening and stuff.
Well, there's not as much volume, so it makes sense. There's a big gap.
I always used to hear the expression, rookies manning the terminals, because everybody who was senior would be away for the month of August, and they left the kids on the trading desk.
Yeah, you're not wrong. I mean, I go to the beach in August too.
I am curious how you think about the markets as kind of a more efficient clearinghouse, only because there is so much information, and then if there are worries out there, they kind of gets out there, and we will often see kind of a big move in, I feel like, from peak to trough in an individual name or even in the markets, and we kind of clear out some noise, and then we see investors come back in.
Yeah, well, I think you're absolutely right, Carol. I think a lot about that since the drop we saw in 2020.
Yeah.
Being one of the fastest bear markets ever. That
special
rebounded.
situation.
It was a special situation. I mean, that was a once in 100 years pandemic. But the flow of information is just so fast these days that you do see it manifest in markets. And what that leads to is more emotions, more context that we need to manage on the advisor side, and that's where roles like mine, roles like Barry's are quite important. But
do you
also,
guys get a lot more calls when there's like volatility or big swings?
We used to. Early on, the phones would light up, and now it kind of feels like people know our shtick. They've heard us talk about, hey, volatility is normal. There's no upside without downside.
Right.
So we really try and educate client. The time to read the emergency instructions in the seat back on your plane is on the ground, not after the wing comes off in the air. But I want to ask Callie a quick question in our last minute. Everybody's been talking about the Fed. The Fed's going to cut tomorrow. I can't help but feel like that's already in the market. What are you looking at beyond tomorrow's Fed announcement? What should people be thinking about for the rest of the year?
Well, look, Barry, I mean, I think the bond market has already priced in quite a few rate cuts. So yes, it's already baked into the market. You could hear people argue about 25 versus 50. For the average investor, it doesn't really matter. Minimal economic impact in the first cut. The important thing that markets are going to be looking at is where the Fed will go over the next 12 months or so.
Terminal rate.
Correct. How quickly will they get back to that neutral rate of 3 to 3.5%? That's what I'm watching. I'm looking at the dot plot when we see projections come out on Wednesday. I'm, of course, listening to Powell and his evaluation of the economy. But this 25 versus 50 debate, I mean, gun to my head, probably 25 bips. But does it matter in the long run for most people? No.
Makes for a good drinking game. That's about it.
She's tremendous, isn't she?
Good stuff. Kelly, thank you.
Thank you for having me.
She was a former Bloomberger. Of course she's great.
Fantastic.
Kelly Cox, Chief Market Strategist at Ritholtz Wealth Management. Coming up next, Jan Van Eck.
Excellent.
Looking forward.
This is Bloomberg Business Week with Carol Massar and Tim Stenevec on Bloomberg Radio and Television.
All right, everybody, this is Future Proof. What a way to wrap up 2 days of coverage. A treat. I want to get right to it. This is, of course, Bloomberg Radio's live coverage of Future Proof, sponsored by JP Morgan Asset Management. Carol Massar, along with Barry Ritholtz. Get off your phone. We have a special guest.
I'm just looking at my notes.
Well-known, longtime name and firm in the investment world, and it was one of the first asset managers to provide investors with access to international markets. It does a lot more today. Fresh off a panel about what comes next is the CEO of Van Eck, Jan Van Eck. Firm has about $108 billion in assets under management, nearly $60 billion in the U.S. and international equities. Welcome, welcome.
That was great to be here.
This is a treat. This is a treat. You are off a panel, and I want to talk about what comes next. But you guys can invest around the world, lots of places, the U.S. What's interesting right now?
A couple of different themes. One, to start at home, very concerned about the fiscal situation in the United States, right? Everyone knows our deficit's at record historical highs, especially with low unemployment.
And it's different this time around when we were worried. I feel like in the beginning of my career, we constantly talked about the deficit and then it went away.
Exactly. Well, because there's an escape hatch, right, which is called the central bank or the Treasury buys all our debt, which Japan has done and delayed its reckoning, if it's even had a reckoning, for 20 years.
Yeah.
So that's exactly the dichotomy that investors have to face, right? there is this big fiscal deficit, but the bond vigilantes, I don't know if they're on another planet, but they're definitely asleep, right? And treasuries are rallying into this. So I would say, listen, what it means is we're going to be spending less money, regardless. I think we'll have a split government one way or the other. I have no idea how.
Right.
We can't be spending $1 trillion at a clip because we just saw that it resulted in inflation.
So let me push back on that a little bit, because you and I have discussed this in the past, but I want you to defend that. So my whole professional career, I've been hearing warnings about the deficit is going to make it too expensive to service the debt. No one's going to lend to Uncle Sam. The dollar won't be the reserve currency. It'll crowd out private capital. None of these things have happened. And Japan has kind of shown, hey, you could run a debt pretty high level. Their economy still has been doing pretty well. Why is the fiscal situation so dire here, given that we haven't seen any problems?
Look, it's a political, approximation, but I just think spending is going to go down, Barry. So what I say is, if you look at 2022, 2023, 2024, everyone's like waiting for the recession.
Right.
Recession didn't happen. Why? And that's what I say, because government spending was so high.
Right.
So that's really my point. That government spending, unless you get another $1 trillion spending package, which isn't going to happen unless Kamala Harris gets elected and sweeps.
Clean sweep.
Right? If that happens, we'll get more $1 trillion spending bills. But even her party with Larry Summers, I think, is reluctant because of the inflation.
No one listens to him anymore.
Oh, that's true. He's on another planet, too.
He got shunted aside because he was wrong about inflation, wrong about the fiscal spend.
Well, we did get inflation.
Yeah, but he said it was going to be persistent and you would need 10% unemployment to bring it down. It was transitory, and maybe transitory took a little longer than expected. But I want to stay with the idea. We didn't have single-party rule. We had a major infrastructure bill go through.
Money's still working its way through.
We had the semiconductor bill go through. We had the Inflation Reduction Act go through. We've had 4 major pieces of legislation that are all 10-year spending plans.
Yeah.
Why can't that happen if we have a split government going forward?
It can.
All right.
It can. Look, we don't know the future, but I'm just saying there's a lot of bills like Trump's taxes are going to expire. There's another debt ceiling fight. So there's just a lot of turbulence. You're right. Maybe it comes out and we just keep on spending like it's 2022.
So let me give you
So that's one scenario. Then the markets continue to rip. Okay.
Wait, let him talk.
Scenario
Let him
one.
talk.
Scenario tip. To less primary case, Jan's primary case, less government spending. So just like things get a little bit more subdued, and I think the 10-year is reflecting that. Weird outside scenario, the bond vigilantes fly back with an Elon Musk vehicle back to Earth, and they go crazy, and the 10-year freaks out. I agree, low probability. Investors just need to keep that in mind. Long story short, okay, if you need that monetary stimulus, what do you want to own? Assets that are still unpopular, I would say future-proof, gold and Bitcoin. Both have hit all-time highs, but I'm surprised being at this conference, I have not run into a lot of Bitcoin or gold bulls.
Couple of crypto places, Grayscale is over there, but...
No, it's a different tone, right, than we've seen over the last few years.
So what metrics, so let's assume you're right and I'm wrong. What metrics are you watching to give you some insight that, hey, this scenario is playing out?
Just look at the technicals, right? Again, gold and Bitcoin, all-time highs, nice bull
markets. Stock market
all-time
highs, though.
Sure. Yeah, but what... boy, Bitcoin and gold are rallying because of what I talked about, right? The equity market's rallying because we have an AI technology trend in NVIDIA and a couple of companies.
The equal weight S&P actually was hitting all-time highs.
Yeah,
but that's
great.
But that's not just the mega caps.
That's true. Yeah, no, I mean, I'm not bearish U.S. equities.
Yeah.
I'm just saying the way to construct your portfolio is to deal with opportunities, which of course are primarily U.S. equities. But one of the risks on the horizon, which was the original question, right, was what I see is fiscal turbulence.
Right.
And I told you how to hedge it.
So you like gold and Bitcoin. What else do you like?
For that, right.
For that reason.
And then I think Barry knows, when I look forward for the next 10 years, India's economy is going to overtake that of continental Europe. And yeah, you can say the companies are expensive, but there are 2 phone companies that effectively have an oligopoly over the access to the internet. And India's digitizing.
Really interesting.
I agree. I feel like the shift from China to India is happening in a big way, right? In terms of investor
and
focus.
people are very open to that story now.
Come back soon.
Okay.
Jan Beck.
All right.
Jan
Good seeing you
Van
guys.
Eck. What a great way to wrap up. We're done.
So much fun. Anytime I get to talk to Jan, I'm thrilled.
Anytime I get to talk to people like Jan and like you, it's kind of fun. That's going to do it for us. I'm Carol Massar along with Barry Ritholtz. I'm going to be in New York for a post-Fed decision. That's going to do it from Future Proof. This is Bloomberg.
From the world of politics to the world of business, this is Balance of Power. Live from Washington, D.C.
From Bloomberg's Washington, D.C. studios to our TV and radio audiences worldwide, welcome to Balance of Power. Alongside Joe Matthew, I'm Kaylee Lyons.
Kamala Harris speaks to the National Association of Black Journalists, proposing a 7% cap on child care costs, while Donald Trump pledges to revive the state and local tax deduction.
We'll have more this hour on their economic policies and tomorrow's Fed decision with Dana Peterson of the Conference Board. Plus, we'll be joined by Republican Senator Bill Hagerty of Tennessee, member of both the Banking and Foreign Relations Committees.
He'll weigh in on the looming deadline to avert a government shutdown just 14 days off now, and the latest from the Middle East as Lebanon accuses Israel of engineering a pager attack against Hezbollah that wounded almost 3,000 people. Welcome to the Tuesday edition of Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. A remarkable story there, Kaylee. When you read through that on the terminal, you wouldn't believe it if you saw it in a movie, but it's just one of the stories we'll be pursuing today with eyes, of course, on the campaign trail. And more talk today before the NABJ, this time Kamala Harris's turn.
Yep, sat down with a number of black journalists in Philadelphia weeks after Donald Trump had done the same at their actual NABJ conference. And that, of course, was when he questioned Kamala Harris's own racial identity. She did field some questions around race here, but also talked about specific policy.
We did get to policy, as we mentioned, that 7% cap on child care costs, which brings us back to her ideas of expanding the child tax credit. She also spoke to the matter of her own racial identity in her appeal to black voters.
I think it's very important to not operate from the assumption that black men are in anybody's pocket. Black men are like any other voting group. You got to earn their vote. So I'm working to earn the vote, not assuming I'm going to have it because I am black.
Joining us now for more is Bloomberg's Wendy Benjaminson. Wendy, her comments around race and racial history in the U.S. didn't stop there. She was talking at one point about the generational impacts of slavery and redlining and Jim Crow laws and that kind of thing. But she also did speak more broadly to policy that would affect all Americans or most Americans, including this notion around child care costs for those who have children being capped at 7% of their income. This is an older idea from this administration. How would it work?
Right. Well, it is a very old idea that she's taking from Biden's Bring Back Better plan of 2021. And that was when, we were out of COVID and people were starting to go back to work and looking at the absolutely staggering costs of childcare, which for many people means the difference between working just to pay for childcare and working. So this